梁歌制作，我所认识的蒋介石，作者冯玉祥。第一章第一次听说蒋介石3个字，蒋介石背叛孙中山总理，并不是自今日始。有我的朋友确实知道，那一年孙总理在永丰军舰上。
Production by Liang Gu, the Chiang Kai-shek I know, author, Feng Yuxiang. Chapter 1 The first time I heard the word Chiang Kai-shek, Chiang Kai-shek's betrayal of Prime Minister Sun Yat-sen did not start today. Some of my friends know for sure that Premier Sun was on the Yongfeng warship that year.
有陈炯明派的一个青年带着一个大炸弹去炸孙先生，被孙先生的人捉住了。后来有一个孙先生的外国朋友对孙先生说：“你是中国的大总统，是一个很大的人物，度量应当宽大。”
A young man sent by Chen Jioming brought a big bomb to blow up Mr. Sun, but was caught by Mr. Sun's people. Later, a foreign friend of Mr. Sun said to Mr. Sun, "You are the president of China, a very big man, and you should be lenient."
这一个放炸弹的青年的父亲是这个外国朋友的好朋友，因此他来求孙先生赦免他的死罪。孙先生完全答应了，并且说：“年轻的孩子懂得什么？我一定释放他。”
The father of the young man who planted the bomb was a good friend of the foreign friend, so he came to ask Mr. Sun to pardon his death penalty. Mr. Sun fully agreed and said, "What does a young child know? I will definitely release him."
中山先生提起笔来下了一个手谕，叫把那放炸弹的青年释放了。临到中山先生离开永丰军舰的时候，蒋介石对守卫的人说：“不要放，快快拉出去枪决了。”
Mr. Zhongshan picked up his pen and wrote an order, asking the young man who planted the bomb to be released. When Mr. Zhongshan left the Yongfeng warship, Chiang Kai-shek said to the guards, "Don't let him go, quickly pull him out and shoot him."
后来某外国人知道了那个青年被枪决了，到处说孙先生说了话不算数。实在呢，是蒋介石不服从孙先生的话，可是那个外国人怎么会晓得那个内容呢？看看今天吧，孙先生原来说。
Later, a foreigner found out that the young man had been shot and said everywhere that Mr. Sun's words did not count. In fact, it was Chiang Kai-shek who disobeyed Mr. Sun, but how could that foreigner know the content? Look at today, Mr. Sun originally said.
人民是主人，蒋介石把人民当奴隶，孙先生主张国家独立，不依赖外人，并且说打倒帝国主义。今天蒋介石是不是跪在帝国主义面前叫祖宗呢？这是一件事实。有的人说悦韵而风，楚润而语。
The people are the masters. Chiang Kai-shek treated the people as slaves. Mr. Sun advocated national independence, not relying on outsiders, and said that imperialism should be defeated. Today, is Chiang Kai-shek kneeling in front of imperialism and calling his ancestors? This is a fact. Some people said, the moon is hazy and windy, and the base is moist and rainy.
那是说见微而知着也。又说冰冻3尺，绝非1日之寒。蒋介石背叛孙总理的主义和媚外卖国，不是自今天才开始的。这是我第一次听说过的蒋介石，那是1925年的事。
That is to say, you will know what you are doing when you see the slightest thing. He also said, 3 feet of ice will never freeze in a day. Chiang Kai-shek's betrayal of Premier Sun's doctrine and his sycophancy to foreign countries did not start today. That is to say, you will know what you are doing when you see the slightest thing. He also said, 3 feet of ice will never freeze in a day. Chiang Kai-shek's betrayal of Premier Sun's doctrine and his sycophancy to foreign countries did not start today. This was the first time I heard of Chiang Kai-shek. It was in 1925.
第二次听说蒋介石是在1926年春天，在外蒙古的首都听见几个朋友说，广东3月20日逮捕了很多人，那是蒋介石干的。那时候蒋介石是黄埔军校的校长，为了争夺个人的权利。
The second time I heard about Chiang Kai-shek was in the spring of 1926. I heard from some friends in the capital of Outer Mongolia that many people were arrested in Guangdong on March 20th, and it was Chiang Kai-shek who did it. At that time, Chiang Kai-shek was the principal of the Whampoa Military Academy and was fighting for personal rights.
把一些人抓起来了。又有朋友说，国民党总理孙中山先生死了以后，蒋介石对黄埔学校的教员和学生说，总理虽然死了，总理的政治顾问苏联鲍罗廷先生在这里，就同总理活着一样。
Some people were arrested. Another friend said that after the death of Mr. Sun Yat-sen, the prime minister of the Kuomintang, Chiang Kai-shek said to the teachers and students of Huangpu School, although the prime minister is dead, the prime minister's political advisor Mr. Borodin is here as if the prime minister is alive.
我们学校里无论校长、教员、学生都要诚心诚意地服从鲍罗廷顾问，就如同服从总理一样，并且要求大家举起手来宣誓，要内外如一地服从。这件事情，徐先生说得很详。
All principals, teachers, and students in our school must obey Advisor Borodin sincerely, just like they obey the Prime Minister. And asked everyone to raise their hands and swear an oath, and to obey both internally and externally. Mr. Su explained this matter in detail.
我不必说得太详细了。可是过的日子不多，一脚踢跑的踢跑了，抓起来的抓起来，压起来的压起来。1926年5月，我在莫斯科听说，蒋介石曾到过莫斯科。讲说起话来是非常革命的。
I don't need to go into too much detail, but there are not many days to live, and those who are kicked away are kicked away, those who are captured are captured, and those who are detained are jailed. I heard in Moscow in May 1926 that Chiang Kai-shek had been to Moscow. Chiang's speech was very revolutionary.
比谁都左。不久，广东3月20日事变发生了，莫斯科的苏联人和中国人大家都摸不着头脑，到底是怎么回事，会把许多人赶走的赶走，下监的下监。1926年9月听说。
More left than anyone else. Soon the March 20th incident happened in Guangdong. Everyone in Moscow, the Soviet Union and the Chinese, were confused. What was going on? It would drive many people away and imprison others? I heard about it in September 1926.
蒋介石带着兵由广东到湖南，不久就到湖北。一些北平来的朋友们到包头五原来说，革命军是和国民军一致，都是打倒军阀，取消不平等条约的。正是我在五原誓师消息断绝的时候。
Chiang Kai-shek led his troops from Guangdong to Hunan, and soon arrived in Hubei. Some friends from Peiping came to Baotou Wuyuan to say that the Revolutionary Army and the National Army were united in overthrowing the warlords and cancelling the unequal treaties. It was at the time when news of my swearing in Wuyuan was cut off.
就靠着一些不怕死的同志的一些上海和南方的消息。五原是在绥远的西边，察哈尔、北京、河北省都是张作霖的军队。湖北、河南、陕西都是吴佩孚的军队。这时候从五原到上海和长江南岸。
Just rely on some comrades who are not afraid of death to get some news about Shanghai and the south. Wuyuan is to the west of Suiyuan. Chahar, Beijing, and Hebei province are all under Zhang Zuolin's army. Hubei, Hunan, and Shaanxi are all under Wu Peifu's army. Just rely on some comrades who are not afraid of death to get some news about Shanghai and the south. Wuyuan is to the west of Suiyuan. Chahar, Beijing, and Hebei province are all under Zhang Zuolin's army. Hubei, Hunan, and Shaanxi are all under Wu Peifu's army. At this time, from Wuyuan to Shanghai and the south bank of the Yangtze River,
电报和邮政都不通，全靠着人送。所知道的蒋介石是一个趋炎附势的人，忽左忽右的人，怎样都与他自己合适，他就怎样做，并没有什么准则。1927年到了西安。
There was no telegraph or postal service, so everything had to be delivered by hand. The Chiang Kai-shek we all know is a man who follows the trend of others. He will move to the left or right, whatever suits him, and he will do whatever he wants. There are no rules. Arriving in Xi'an in 1927.
由唐生智的代表某先生来说，蒋介石完全是个军阀。若同张作霖、吴佩孚比，张、吴是旧军阀，蒋是新军阀。我没有等那朋友讲完，我就请他去喝茶。我对他说，这时正在北伐，若自己里头不一致。
Mr. Tang Xingji's representative said that Chiang Kai-shek was completely a warlord. If compared with Zhang Zuolin and Wu Peifu, Zhang and Wu were the old warlords. Mr. Tang Xingji's representative said that Chiang Kai-shek was completely a warlord. If compared with Zhang Zuolin and Wu Peifu, Zhang
互相攻击，张作霖、吴佩孚怕打不下去了。那位朋友很文雅，不慌不忙地说，旧军阀太腐败了，容易打。新军阀会拿什么主意来骗人，是不容易打的。若打他要现在就打。
Attacking each other, Zhang Zuolin and Wu Peifu were afraid that they would not be able to fight anymore. The friend was very elegant and said calmly that the old warlords were too corrupt and easy to fight. The new warlords would use their doctrines to deceive people, which would be difficult to fight. If you want to hit him now.
不能在北伐成功以后再打。那位朋友说话的意思，就在本年首先应打蒋介石。我对他说，西安被围有8个月，饿死3万人，才把吴佩孚的部队刘振华赶出潼关去。国民2、3两军是很疲惫的。
We cannot fight again after the northern expedition is successful. What that friend meant was that Chiang Kai-shek should be attacked first this year. I told him that Xi'an was besieged for 8 months and 30,000 people starved to death before Wu Peifu's army Lu Zhenhua was driven out of Tongguan. The 2nd and 3rd National Army were very exhausted.
国民义军自从南口败仗之后，行军几千里，人员、马匹、器械亟待补充。吴佩孚在河南省巩县兵工厂，张作霖的军队在河南省信阳县。若是我们革命的军队自己杀自己，将来不堪设想。
Since the defeat at Nankou, the First National Army has marched thousands of miles and is in urgent need of additional personnel, horses, and equipment. Wu Peifu was in the arsenal of Gong County, Hunan Province, and Zhang Zuolin's army was in Xinyang County, Hunan Province. If our revolutionary army kills itself, the future will be unimaginable.
那位朋友很耐烦地详详细细地说了2、3天，他把蒋的独裁、专制都说出来。我对他说：“你的话说得很对，不过大敌当前，我们先要打正面的敌人，不可自己杀起自己来。”
The friend patiently talked about it in detail for 2 or 3 days. He told all about Chiang's dictatorship and tyranny. I told him, what you said is correct, but in the face of a formidable enemy, we must first fight the enemy in front of us, and we must not kill ourselves.
那位朋友很失望地绕道回湖北去了。他临走的时候给我一封信，蒋介石这个独裁者，若不在这个时候把他打倒，将来他会把你们打倒。 在郑州会师的时候，正是1927年。
The friend was disappointed and took a detour back to Hubei. Before he left, he gave me a letter. Chiang Kai-shek, the dictator, if you don't overthrow him now, he will overthrow you in the future. It was 1927 when we met in Zhengzhou.
我看见了谭延闿、徐谦、唐生智以及许多国民党的朋友，有很多都是很激烈的反对蒋介石的独裁。我再三地说，张作霖在北边，吴佩孚跑到四川去，无论如何不要自己打起来。
I saw Tan Yankai, Su Qian, Tang Xingji and many friends from the Kuomintang. Many of them fiercely opposed Chiang Kai-shek's dictatorship. I repeatedly said that Zhang Zuolin was in the north and Wu Peifu went to Sichuan. Under no circumstances should we start a fight among ourselves.
忘了我们的敌人。当时有些朋友很同意我这话，也有的人不赞成，说我已经同蒋介石勾搭在一起。本来那些朋友要在郑州多住1-2天的，那一天的早晨忽然挂起车来走了。
Forget our enemies. At that time, some friends agreed with what I said, while others disagreed and said that I had already hooked up with Chiang Kai-shek. Those friends were originally going to stay in Zhengzhou for an extra day or two, but that morning they suddenly hung up their cars and left.
我听见了，马上到车站同他们谈了2-3句话，就开车了。我在河南巩县兵工厂遇见邓演达先生，我请邓演达先生对兵工厂的工人们演讲，他骂蒋介石是背叛孙中山先生的。
When I heard about it, I immediately went to the station, talked to them for a few words, and then drove off. I met Mr. Deng Yanda at the Gongxian Arsenal in Hunan. I asked Mr. Deng Yanda to give a speech to the workers in the arsenal. He scolded Chiang Kai-shek for betraying Mr. Sun Yat-sen.
蒋介石是第1级团军总司令，邓先生是政治部长。我和邓先生初次见面，蒋介石我还没有见过他。他们都是由广东出来的，内容是怎么的事，我实在不清楚。邓演达讲完了以后，
Chiang Kai-shek was the commander-in-chief of the First Army, and Mr. Deng was the political minister. Mr. Deng and I met for the first time. I had never met Chiang Kai-shek. They are all from Guangdong. I really don't know what the content is. After Deng Yanda finished speaking,
我的朋友刘伯坚对我说，邓演达说的都是实话。还有朋友们说，若是革命军自己打起来，张作霖、吴佩孚、孙传芳都高兴了。第2章第一次同蒋介石见面，郑州会师之后。
My friend Liu Bojian said to me, what Deng Yanda said is true. Some friends said that if the Revolutionary Army fought on its own, Zhang Zuolin, Wu Peifu, and Sun Chuanfang would all be happy. My friend Liu Bojian said to me, what Deng Yanda said is true. Some friends said that if the Revolutionary Army fought on its own, Zhang Zuolin, Wu Peifu, and Sun Chuanfang would all be happy. Chapter 2 The First Meeting with Chiang Kai-shek, after the meeting in Zhengzhou.
蒋介石带着兵从南京打到徐州，约我到徐州去，大家见面。我马上就开车，离徐州还有20里，一个车站叫黄口。蒋介石由徐州开车到这里等我，我们在月台上见了面。
Chiang Kai-shek led his troops from Nanjing to Shuzhou and invited me to Shuzhou to meet with everyone. I drove right away. There was still 20 miles away from Shuzhou. There was a station called Huankou. Chiang Kai-shek drove here from Shuzhou and was waiting for me. We met on the platform.
我看着他穿一套黄军服，大檐军帽，40岁左右，5尺多高，很瘦的身体，2个眼睛凹进去，说起话来先笑，然后就是哼哼哼。我们由黄口开车， 我坐在他的头等车上，到了徐州，住在花园饭店。
I looked at him wearing a yellow military uniform and a large-brimmed military cap. He was about 40 years old, more than 5 feet tall, with a very thin body and 2 sunken eyes. When he spoke, he would laugh first, then hum. We drove from Huangkou, and I sat in his first-class car. When I arrived in Suzhou, I stayed at the Garden Hotel.
大家谈的是继续北伐。本来武汉方面希望我帮他们打蒋，蒋这方面希望我帮他们打武汉。但我说，若是我们自己打起来，何以对得起孙中山先生，又何以对得住中国的人民？不论如何，
What everyone is talking about is continuing the northern expedition. Originally, Wuhan wanted me to help them fight against Chiang Kai-shek, and Chiang Kai-shek wanted me to help them fight against Wuhan. But I said, if we fight among ourselves, how can we be worthy of Mr. Sun Yat-sen, and how can we be worthy of the Chinese people? No matter what.
我宁愿得罪你们，也不愿你们自己打。我恳求你们是共同北伐，先打倒我们的敌人，这是重要的事。在徐州这里有吴志辉、胡汉民、李烈钧，还有许多朋友。这天晚上有很大的宴会。
I would rather offend you than fight yourselves. I beg you to join us in the northern expedition and defeat our enemies first. This is the most important thing. Here in Suzhou, there are Wu Zhihui, Hu Hanmin, Li Lijun, and many friends. There is a big banquet that night.
蒋介石找我讲话，我先说了几句恭维国民革命第1集团军的官兵北伐劳苦的事。接着我说，今天是南赤、北赤在这里集会，我们哪里赤呢？我们是真真实实的赤心赤面，要流赤血。
Chiang Kai-shek came to talk to me. I first said a few words to compliment the officers and soldiers of the First Group Army of the National Revolution for their hard work in the Northern Expedition. Chiang Kai-shek came to talk to me. I first said a few words to compliment the officers and soldiers of the First Group Army of the National Revolution for their hard work in the Northern Expedition. Then I said, today the Southern Red Army and the Northern Red Army are gathering here. Where are we?
保护中华民国的赤子绝不像张武两个样子，他们只要杀谁就给谁一顶赤帽子戴。我说完了之后，吴志辉起来说，今天这里是紫气东来。会一散，蒋介石拿你好了的一个电报稿给我看。
The innocent people who protect the Republic of China are definitely not like Zhang and Wu. They just give a red hat to whoever they kill. After I finished speaking, Wu Zhihui stood up and said, "Purple energy is coming from the east here today." After the meeting ended, Chiang Kai-shek showed me a draft of the telegram he had prepared.
就是继续共同北伐的通电，我和蒋介石都签了名。蒋开车回南京，我开车回开封。还没有好久，蒋介石带的军队在徐州同孙传芳打起来，被孙传芳打败了。蒋一直向南退，过了蚌埠。
That is to continue the electrification of the joint northern expedition. Chiang Kai-shek and I both signed. Jiang drove back to Nanjing and I drove back to Kaifeng. Not long after, the army led by Chiang Kai-shek fought with Sun Xuanfang in Suzhou and was defeated by Sun Xuanfang. That is to continue the electrification of the joint northern expedition. Chiang Kai-shek and I both signed. Jiang drove back to Nanjing and I drove back to Kaifeng. Not long after, the army led by Chiang Kai-shek fought with Sun Xuanfang in Suzhou and was defeated by Sun Xuanfang. Chiang retreated southward and passed Bengbu.
眼看退到长江，蒋介石把第10军军长王天培给枪决了。这是蒋介石恼羞成怒。王天培是贵州出来的一个军人， 蒋一恼怒就把王天培枪决了，既没宣布罪状，也没军事会审裁判。
Seeing that they had retreated to the Yangtze River, Chiang Kai-shek shot Wang Tianpei, commander of the 10th Army. This was Chiang Kai-shek's anger. Wang Tianpei was a soldier from Guizhou. When Jiang became angry, he shot Wang Tianpei. No charges were announced, and there was no military trial.
当时第一军军长是何应钦，第7军军长是李宗仁，蒋的参谋长是白崇禧。这些将领们看见蒋随便杀人，不用法律，当然人人自危，就不听从蒋的命令。蒋看他自己调动不了队伍，他就辞职。
At that time, the commander of the 1st Army was He Ying-chin, the commander of the 7th Army was Li Zongren, and Chiang Kai-shek's chief of staff was Bai Chongxi. When these generals saw that Chiang was killing people at will without using the law, and of course everyone was in danger, they did not obey Chiang's orders. When Jiang saw that he could not mobilize his troops, he resigned.
吴志辉他们召集了20几位同志们会议，当时吴志辉说的话不外乎正在北伐，蒋介石不可以辞职。吴刚坐下，何应钦站起来说，蒋是自己要走的，他走了很好，从此我们也可以爱一爱国家。
Wu Zhihui and others convened a meeting of more than 24 comrades. What Wu Zhihui said at that time was that the northern expedition was underway and Chiang Kai-shek could not resign. Wu Gang sat down, and He Ying-chin stood up and said, Chiang is leaving on his own. It's good that he's gone. From now on, we can also love our country.
接着就是白崇禧站起来说，革命是大家的事，蒋走了很好，我们大家联合起来做革命工作，少了他，我们一样可以做。会场空气非常紧张，李石曾从背后伸出手去拉了吴志辉一把。
Then Bai Chongxi stood up and said, Revolution is everyone's business. It's good that Chiang is gone. We all unite to do revolutionary work. We can still do it without him. The atmosphere in the venue was very tense. Li Shizong stretched out his hand from behind and gave Wu Zhihui a hand.
拿他的嘴对着吴志辉的耳朵说，这还不是兵变吗？你不要老命了。会就这样不欢而散的。蒋介石看看没办法，只好出国到日本去了。第3章，我请蒋介石回来讲出国之后，李白
Put his mouth into Wu Zhihui's ear and say, Isn't this a mutiny? Don't you want your old life? Put his mouth into Wu Zhihui's ear and say, Isn't this a mutiny? Don't you want your old life? They would end up unhappy like this. Chiang Kai-shek saw that he had no choice but to go abroad to Japan. Chapter 3 I invite Chiang Kai-shek to come back. After Chiang left the country, Li, Bai.
何三位在南京的东边龙潭山附近，把孙传芳过江的军队打败了。当孙传芳攻过长江两岸的时候，南京中央党部的人们有好多都走开了。多亏了李烈钧将军在南京主持，还没有大坏。
The 3 men of he defeated Sun Chuanfang's army crossing the river near Longtan Mountain in the east of Nanjing. When Sun Chuanfang attacked both sides of the Yangtze River, many people in the Nanjing Central Party headquarters walked away. Thanks to General Li Lijun presiding over Nanjing, there was no major disaster.
李的第7军、何的第1军在孙传芳的队伍渡过长江，登岸不久，双方夹击，把孙传芳的军队打死的很多。孙传芳的军队很狼狈的抱头鼠窜的败回徐州去了。我驻扎在郑州。
Li's 7th Army and his 1st Army crossed the Yangtze River with Sun Chuanfang's team. Shortly after landing, the two sides attacked and killed many of Sun Chuanfang's troops. Sun Xuanfang's army scurried back to Shuzhou in embarrassment. I am stationed in Zhengzhou.
张作霖从河北向南打，张宗昌从山东曹州府向河南兰丰打。我觉得北方情形这样，革命就应当扩大团结。我把你好了一个电报稿子打给阎锡山说，我愿意请蒋介石回国来。
Zhang Zuolin fought from Hebei to the south, and Zhang Zongchang fought from Kazufu in Shandong to Lanfeng in Hunan. I think the situation in the north is like this, so the revolution should expand unity. I drafted a telegram and called Yan Shishan, saying, would like to invite Chiang Kai-shek to come back to China.
不只请他做第一级团军总司令，我的第二级团军总司令愿意归他指挥，你喜欢不喜欢？严复电说，你这电报真是大公无私，我愿意署名。这样电报发出去，请蒋回来的。蒋介石真敢下毒手。
Not only do you want him to be the commander-in-chief of the First Army, but the commander-in-chief of my Second Army is also willing to be under his command. Do you like it? Yan Fu telegraphed, your telegram is really selfless. I am willing to sign it. The telegram was sent out like this, asking Chiang to come back. Chiang Kai-shek really dared to do something vicious.
他一回到上海就总司令的职，头一道命令就把何应钦调成参谋长，这是不许何应钦有带兵的实权。何应钦也就入了医院，3、4个月后才出医院。吃不饱穿不暖的官兵。
As soon as he returned to Shanghai, he assumed the post of commander-in-chief, and his first order was to transfer He Ying-chin to chief of staff. This did not allow He Ying-chin to have the real power to lead troops. He Ying-chin also entered the hospital and was discharged after 3 or 4 months. Officers and soldiers who don't have enough to eat and don't have warm clothes.
蒋介石在南京靠着江浙上海是有收入的，是他带的军队，官兵官饷都是现洋。我是从绥远、宁夏、甘肃、陕西一路出来的。谁都知道中国西北各省是最贫苦的地方，出产很少，税收又不多。
Chiang Kai-shek had an income in Nanjing by relying on Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai. He led the army, and the officers and soldiers were all paid by foreigners. I came from Suiyuan, Ningxia, Gansu, and Shaanxi. Everyone knows that the northwest provinces of China are the poorest places, with little production and not much tax revenue.
官兵全都没有钱。我给蒋介石打电报要想，按理说他应当负责任，想不到蒋回我的电报说，第2级团军的官兵规矩好，训练好，知道爱国、爱人民，1年半载不官饷也不要紧。
None of the officers and soldiers had any money. I sent a telegram to Chiang Kai-shek asking for pay. Logically speaking, he should be responsible. Unexpectedly, Chiang responded to my telegram and said, the officers and soldiers of the Second Army are well-behaved, well-trained, know how to love the country and love the people, and their pay does not matter for a year and a half. It doesn't matter.
他自己带的军队乱七八糟，就是官饷也常常兵变，若不官饷更不得了，因此就把钱都给了他的官兵。我带的军队讲究一文不发。我拿电报给我的将领看了看，个个都摇头叹息，说
The army he led was in a mess, and mutinies often occurred even if the pay was not regulated. It would be even worse if the pay was not regulated, so he gave all the money to his officers and soldiers. The troops I led, Chiang Kai-shek didn't send a penny. I showed the telegram to my generals, and they all shook their heads and sighed, saying,
这是什么话？第2次在郑州见蒋介石。1927年8月， 我的军队在豫东把张宗昌打败了，俘虏了张宗昌的官兵2-3万人，得了7列钢甲车。过了不久，蒋介石从南京到郑州来看我。
What words are these? The second time I met Chiang Kai-shek in Zhengzhou. In August 1927, my army defeated Zhang Zongchang in eastern Hunan, captured 20,000 to 30,000 Zhang Zongchang's officers and soldiers, and obtained 7 trains of armored vehicles. Not long after, Chiang Kai-shek came to Zhengzhou from Nanjing to see me.
先托马服役和刘天龄来对我说，蒋要同我换帖做盟兄弟。我说很好。于是蒋介石亲笔写了帖子，我也写了帖子。我为的是要真正实行三民主义而与他结盟的字句当中写得很清楚。
First, I asked Ma Fui and Liu Tianling to come and tell me, Chiang wants to exchange posts with me and become brothers. I said, very good. So Chiang Kai-shek wrote the post in his own hand, and I also wrote a post. I formed an alliance with him in order to truly implement the Three People's Principles. It is clearly written in the words.
他能看得出来，若不实行三民主义，结盟也没用处了。我们2人见了面，互相拜了4拜。所以有人说我2个人是把兄弟，就是这个缘故。蒋问我们继承了无话不说的朋友。
He could see that without the implementation of the Three People's Principles, there would be no use in forming an alliance. The two of us met and bowed to each other 4 times. So some people say that we are brothers, that's why. Jiang asked me, and we became friends who talked about everything.
希望我有什么指教，因为我比蒋大几岁，所以蒋对我这样说话。我对他说，老百姓是我们的主人，老百姓喜欢的事我们做，老百姓不喜欢的事我们万不要做。蒋还是客气地说，大哥。
Hope I have some advice. Because I was a few years older than Jiang, Jiang spoke to me like this. I said to him, the people are our masters. We will do things that the people like, we must not do things that the people don't like. Jiang still said politely, brother.
还有什么事没有？我说，如果我们能实行刚才我说的话，我们就能实行中山先生的三民主义。你若再问我，我就告诉你，我们要与士族共甘苦，并不吃，我们不要吃，并不穿，我们不要穿。
Is there anything else? I said, if we can implement what I just said, we can implement Dr. Sun Yat-sen's Three People's Principles. If you ask me again, I will tell you that we must share the joys and sorrows with the soldiers. If the soldiers do not eat, we do not want to eat. If the soldiers do not wear them, we do not want to wear them.
你若能实行这些话，我们革命一定成功的。蒋说，好，我们一定这样做。我在山东党家庄见蒋介石，革命军北伐，蒋介石指挥着金浦路的军队，我指挥的是平汉路的军队。
If you can put these words into practice, our revolution will definitely succeed. Jiang said, okay, we will definitely do this. I met Chiang Kai-shek in Dangjiazhuang, Shandong. During the northern expedition of the Revolutionary Army, Chiang Kai-shek commanded the army on Jinpu Road, and I commanded the army on Pinghan Road.
并且指挥着金浦路与平汉路之间的军队。在曹州济宁一带，孙良诚对孙传芳打了很激烈的几个仗，攻下济南。孙传芳、张宗昌都退到德州以北。蒋介石同黄福先到济南。
And commanded the army between Jinpu Road and Pinghan Road. In the Chaozhou Jining area, Sun Liangqing fought several fierce battles against Sun Chuanfang and captured Jinan. Sun Xuanfang and Zhang Zongchang both retreated to the north of Dezhou. Chiang Kai-shek and Huang Yong arrived in Jinan first.
蒋友电约我到济南会面。我从开封经过兰丰到徐州，就听说蒋介石在济南同日本发生冲突。那时田中做日本的内阁总理，日本人见他们的走狗孙传芳、张宗昌向北退，日本人就很着急。
Jiang Yudian asked me to meet in Jinan. When I went from Kaifeng to Shuzhou via Lanfeng, I heard that Chiang Kai-shek was in conflict with Japan in Jinan. At that time, Tanaka was the Prime Minister of Japan. Jiang Yudian asked me to meet in Jinan. When I went from Kaifeng to Shuzhou via Lanfeng, I heard that Chiang Kai-shek was in conflict with Japan in Jinan. At that time, Tanaka was the Prime Minister of Japan. The Japanese were very anxious when they saw that their lackeys, Sun Xuanfang and Zhang Zongchang, were retreating north.
这时候，蒋带的军队一攻下济南，大官都下了大餐馆，小官就下了小饭馆，士兵们没办法，都饿着肚子在街上干瞪眼。这样在街上骂街的骂街，骚扰百姓的骚扰百姓，军纪风纪一点也提不到。
At this time, as soon as the army led by Chiang Kai-shek captured Jinan, the high-ranking officials went out to the big restaurant, and the junior officials went out to the small restaurant. The soldiers had no choice but to stare at each other in the street, hungry. In this way, those who curse in the streets and those who harass the people, and there is no mention of military discipline at all.
日本人正想着找事呢，果然，日本的宪兵和蒋的军队冲突起来，先由小打变成大打，不但把蒋介石的军队在济南城里缴了械，连蒋和黄福所有的东西都丢光了。
The Japanese were looking for trouble. Sure enough, the Japanese military police clashed with Chiang's army. First, the small fight turned into a big fight. Not only did Chiang Kai-shek's army disarm in Jinan City, but everything owned by Chiang Kai-shek and Huang Qi was also lost.
蒋和黄福穿着白色内衣跑出来，几乎成了俘虏。找到了泰安车站，蒋叫人给我打电报说不要来了。我的副电说遇有危险，我欲要去。到了党家庄车站。
Jiang and Huang ran out in white underwear and almost became prisoners. After finding Tai'an Station, Jiang asked someone to send me a telegram saying, "Don't come." My reply said, "The more dangerous it is, the more I have to go." When we arrived at Dangjiazwang Station,
看见蒋和黄福穿着白内衣站着在发呆呢。蒋的军队从济南退出来都是空着手，枪炮都叫日本人拿去了。那天我们在回教的礼拜堂里会议，蒋问我怎么办。在这种情形之下，我说
I saw Jiang and Huang standing in a daze wearing white underwear. Chiang's troops withdrew from Jinan empty-handed, and their guns and artillery were all taken away by the Japanese. That day we were meeting in a Muslim chapel, and Jiang asked me what to do. In this case, I say,
日本人以为我们革命军胜利了，与他们日本帝国主义不利，日本要向我们挑战。现在没有别的办法，只有用革命力量先把这地方的日本人俘虏了再说。至于说出什么大事，
The Japanese thought that the victory of our revolutionary army was not good for their Japanese imperialism, and that Japan wanted to challenge us. There is no other way now but to use revolutionary forces to capture the Japanese here first. As for saying something big,
我觉得革命就是大事，什么事情都不管。再三的商议，决定了把济南撇开不管，我们的军队先打到北平，打倒了军阀，再对付日本。我说， 你有那种的忍耐力，我也赞成。蒋被日本人这一恐吓。
I think revolution is a big deal, and I don't care about anything else. After repeated discussions, we decided to leave Jinan alone. Our troops would fight to Peiping first, defeat the warlords, and then deal with Japan. I said, I agree with you if you have that kind of endurance. Chiang was threatened by the Japanese.
他说他非回南京不可，把所有的军队交给我指挥。我说很好。蒋回南京去了，我就指挥着所有的军队约80万人攻打天津，再打到北平。第4章，我在郑州见蒋介石，北伐将要成功。
He said that he had to return to Nanjing and put all the troops under my command. I said fine. After Chiang Kai-shek returned to Nanjing, I commanded all the troops, about 800,000 men, to attack Tianjin and then to Peiping. Chapter 4 I met Chiang Kai-shek in Zhengzhou. The northern expedition will be successful.
蒋介石过郑州，到石家庄去看阎锡山。因为在郑州谈话很久，我这里给蒋和跟着他的几百人预备的饭是馒头、猪肉熬白菜和小米稀粥，那是一饭一菜一汤。蒋介石带来的卫队。
Chiang Kai-shek passed through Zhengzhou and went to Shijiazhuang to see Yan Xishan. Chiang Kai-shek passed through Zhengzhou and went to Shijiazhuang to see Yan Xishan. Because we had a long conversation in Zhengzhou, the meal I prepared here for Jiang and the hundreds of people who followed him was steamed buns, pork stewed with cabbage and millet porridge. It was a meal, a vegetable and a soup.
在车上很戒备，我不知道他听了什么人的话，一定是对我这地方不放心。讲到了石家庄，也给他预备的是腌菜席，所有的跟他的人都是8人一桌的鱼翅席。马云霆回来对我说
Very cautious in the car. I don't know who he listened to, he must be worried about my place. When Jiang arrived in Shijiazhuang, Yan prepared a banquet of agarwood for him, and everyone with him had a shark's fin banquet for 8 people. Ma Yunting came back and said to me,
蒋对什么人说的，就拿吃东西来说，言对于蒋和跟蒋的人真是特别尊敬。蒋觉得我预备的饭太普通了，太看不起他了。我听见这话，笑了笑，对马云霆说，我们革命是为人民大众。
What did Jiang say to someone? Take food as an example. Yan really respected Jiang and the people with Jiang. Jiang felt that the meal I prepared was too ordinary and he looked down upon him too much. When I heard this, I smiled and said to Ma Yunting, Our revolution is for the masses of the people.
要改善大众的生活，要把大众的生活水准提高，不是为大官的生活更好。蒋说，我看不起他，我不能看着官兵和人民都没有饱饭吃，而拿人民的血汗去预备那么贵的腌菜席和鱼翅席。
To improve the lives of the masses, we must raise the living standards of the masses, not to make the lives of high-ranking officials better. Jiang said that I looked down on him. I could not watch the officers, soldiers and people not having enough to eat, but use the people's blood and sweat to prepare such expensive agarwood and shark's fin feasts.
在北平西山又见了蒋介石。北伐军已经到了北平，在北平西山碧云寺祭孙总理的灵。那天各集团军的总司令，每个集团军的一个总指挥，第3集团军阎锡山和商震，第4集团军李宗仁。
I met Chiang Kai-shek again in Xishan, Peking. The Northern Expeditionary Army has arrived in Beiping and is offering sacrifices to Premier Sun Yat-sen's soul at Biyin Temple in the West Mountain of Beiping. On that day, the commander-in-chief of each group army, one commander-in-chief of each group army, Yan Xishan and Shang Zhen of the 3rd Group Army, Li Zhongren.
白崇禧还有国民党中央委员们。祭灵的时候，先行礼，把棺材盖打开，看孙总理的遗容。蒋介石扶着棺材哭起来，后边有些人在那里骂着说，这样才显出他是嫡系呢，我们都不是嫡系。
By Chongshi and members of the Kuomintang Central Committee. When paying homage to the spirit, first salute, open the coffin lid, and look at Premier's son's remains. Chiang Kai-shek held the coffin and cried. Some people behind him were cursing and saying, this shows that he is a direct descendant. None of us are direct descendants.
叫他哭吧，果然是愈哭愈厉害。那么多的人站在那里等着，我觉得这种哭法不大对，我劝蒋不要再哭了，哪晓得愈劝愈哭的厉害。后边的人说，叫他哭吧，我们走了。这样蒋马上不哭了。
Make him cry. Sure enough, the more he cried, the harder he cried. There were so many people standing there waiting. I felt that this kind of crying was not right. I advised Jiang not to cry anymore, but the more he persuaded, the more he cried. The person behind said, tell him to cry, let's go. Jiang stopped crying immediately.
把棺材盖下，才散了会。在北平汤山见蒋介石。北伐成功第一次会议是在北平西北的汤山开的，这个地方水是热的，树木很多，有一道小河，还有很多座新式的大洋楼。
After closing the coffin lid, they dispersed for a while. Meet Chiang Kai-shek in Tangshan, Peiping. The first successful meeting of the Northern Expedition was held in Tangshan, northwest of Peiping. The water here is hot, there are many trees, there is a small river, and there are many new-style ocean-going buildings. After closing the coffin lid, they dispersed for a while. Meet Chiang Kai-shek in Tangshan, Peiping. The first successful meeting of the Northern Expedition was held in Tangshan, northwest of Peiping.
有人说，这些洋楼都是安福系的曹汝霖、王一堂等从西元大借款里得的回扣为他们自己盖的洋楼。各集团军的总司令和总指挥同几个中央委员开会，首先是蒋介石说话，大概说的是
Some people say that these foreign-style houses were built by Chao Rulin, Wang Yitong and others from the Anfu clan with the kickbacks they received from loans from Sai Yuan University. The commander-in-chief and commander-in-chief of each group army held a meeting with several members of the Central Committee. Chiang Kai-shek spoke first, roughly speaking.
缩减军队、服从命令一大套的话。蒋刚说完，李济深将军就起来说：“若是天下为公，没有一个人反对的；若是天下为私，一定有人反对。把别人全都消灭，留着自己的军队，这种不公平的办法。”
Reduce the army and obey orders in a series of words. Reduce the army and obey orders in a series of words. As soon as Jiang finished speaking, General Li Jishan stood up and said, "If the world is for the common good, no one will object. If the world is for private interests, there will be some objections. Killing everyone else and keeping your own army is such an injustice. A fair approach."
万万要不得！像现在北伐的革命军队没有想，反而派了许多人暗中去收编孙传芳、吴佩孚、张作霖、张宗昌等反革命的军队，这是顶不妥当的事。当天还有好几位说话，都是指责当面说好话。
It's absolutely necessary. For example, the Revolutionary Army in the Northern Expedition has no pay, but instead sent many people to secretly recruit Sun Chuanfang, Wu Peifu, Zhang Zuolin, Zhang Zongchang and other counter-revolutionary armies. This is extremely inappropriate. It's absolutely necessary. For example, the Revolutionary Army in the Northern Expedition has no pay, but instead sent many people to secretly recruit Sun Chuanfang, Wu Peifu, Zhang Zuolin, Zhang Zongchang, and other counter-revolutionary armies. This is extremely inappropriate. There were several people who spoke that day, all of whom criticized him for saying good things to his face.
而骨子里用种种方法消灭别的军队是不对的。我看蒋的脸上一块青，一块红，一块白，非常不安的样子。会散了之后，我同一位吴先生晚上在月亮底下谈话，知道蒋上次辞职到日本去。
But deep down, it is wrong to use various methods to eliminate other armies. I saw that Zhang's face was green, red and white, and he looked very uneasy. After the meeting ended, I talked with Mr. Wu under the moon at night and learned that Chiang resigned and went to Japan last time.
曾把他的部下害苦了。在南口见蒋介石。南口是北平通张家口的重要关口。1926年，吴佩孚、张宗昌、李景林、张作霖集合他们所有的反革命军队来打南口，几个月，国民军死人很多。
He had caused harm to his subordinates. Meet Chiang Kai-shek at the south entrance. The south entrance is an important gateway from Beiping to Zhangjiago. In 1926, Wu Peifu, Zhang Zongchang, Li Jinglin, and Zhang Zuolin gathered all their counter-revolutionary troops to attack Nankou for several months. The Kuomintang army lost many lives.
现在把军阀消灭了，国民军就在南口开了一个追悼大会。所有北平各界，尤其是学校送的挽联很多，也都派有代表。在南口这个地方，总算是空前的盛会。陆中林主席，蒋介石讲话。
Now that the warlords have been eliminated, the National Army held a memorial meeting at Nankou. All walks of life in Peiping, especially schools, sent many elegiac couplets and sent representatives. It was an unprecedented event in Nankou. Chairman Liu Zhonglin and Chiang Kai-shek delivered speeches.
蒋对于死伤的人和死伤者的父母、妻子儿女将来怎么办，一句都没有提。蒋讲完了，李宗仁讲，李讲完了，我讲。我说的主要意思是，死了的官兵应当明令褒扬，立铜像，立石碑，立革命的祠堂。
Chiang did not say a word about what would happen to the dead and wounded, as well as the parents, wives, and children of the dead and wounded. After Jiang has finished speaking, Li Zongren will speak. After Li has finished speaking, I will speak. The main thing I mean is that the dead officers and soldiers should be praised clearly, and bronze statues, stone tablets, and revolutionary ancestral halls should be erected.
死了的官兵的父母怎么办？妻子女儿怎么办？应当特别优恤多少年？既应当从优，又应当快办。这些话都是很重要的。蒋介石既然负了责任，他听了我的话，实在应当尊重。后来看出来
What to do with the parents of the dead officers and soldiers? What about my wife and daughter? How many years should be given with special preferential treatment? It should be both preferential and expeditious. These words are very important. Since Chiang Kai-shek has taken responsibility, he should respect my words after listening to them. I saw it later.
他满不在乎，他简直把我的话当耳边风。可以说一句证明的话，始终是一点也没有办。蒋以为革命死的官兵都算白死了。我为此事同蒋吵过很多次，他总说没有钱，不能办。是不是没有钱？
He didn't care, he simply turned a deaf ear to what I said. What can be said to prove it is that nothing can be done. Chiang believed that all the officers and soldiers who died in the revolution were dead in vain. I have argued with Jiang many times about this matter, but he always said that he couldn't do it because he didn't have the money. Is there no money?
谁都知道，有的是钱，就是不办这个事。第5章在南京会议见蒋介石北伐成功之后，接着就开南京会议。蒋介石首先用种种方法使他自己当国民政府主席，以前有功于革命的人。
Everyone knows that if you have plenty of money, you just won't do this. Chapter 5, Meeting Chiang Kai-shek at the Nanjing Conference. After the success of the Northern Expedition, the Nanjing Conference was held. Chiang Kai-shek first used various methods to make himself the chairman of the national government, a person who had contributed to the revolution in the past.
他一脚踢开，如同军事委员会中有50-60位委员，北伐一成功，只留几个人，其余的全取消掉。这种过河拆桥的办法，大家都不满意。第一次国民政府委员开会，提案的人是谭延闿。
He kicked it away. Just like there are 50 or 60 members of a military committee, once the Northern Expedition is successful, only a few will be retained and the rest will be eliminated. No one is satisfied with this method of burning bridges across rivers. The first National Government Committee meeting was held, and the person who proposed the proposal was Tan Yen-kai.
原案是国民政府委员的薪金增加到每月800元。原文读完后，我发表意见：西北5省旱灾，许多人都没饭吃，若不设法救济，一定要饿死很多人。这话已经向大家报告过数次。
The original proposal was to increase the salary of national government members to 800 yuan per month. After reading the original article, I expressed my opinion. There is a drought in the 5 northwest provinces, and many people have no food to eat. If we don't find relief, many people will starve to death. I have reported this to everyone several times.
今天首先应当讨论赈灾的事，那才算为革命的政府。谁想到救灾的事一字不提，先提出国民政府委员加薪到800元。若是我们认为人民是中华民国的主人，我们公务员是仆人。
Today we should first discuss disaster relief, then it can be regarded as a revolutionary government. Who would have thought that disaster relief should not be mentioned at all, but first proposed to raise the salary of the members of the national government to 800 yuan? If we believe that the people are the masters of the Republic of China, today we should first discuss disaster relief, then it can be regarded as a revolutionary government. Who would have thought that disaster relief should not be mentioned at all, but first proposed to raise the salary of the members of the national government to 800 yuan? If we believe that the people are the masters of the Republic of China, we civil servants it's a servant.
我们能不能看着主人饿死，我们不管，我们自己先来加薪呢？我一说完，谭就说：忠信重禄，非多加薪金，做事的人不能忠心。我说：重字你说800为重，还有人说8000为重，8万为重。
Can we watch our master starve to death without caring about it, and raise our salary first? As soon as I finished speaking, Tan said, loyalty and trust come first. Unless you get more salary, people who do things can't be loyal. I said, you said 800 is the most important word, and some people say 8,000 is the most important, and 80,000 is the most important.
只要他不以人民为重，多少薪金也不会重于国的。接着就是代传贤起来说，有人说我们应当毛刺土接筚路蓝缕，我们跟着孙总理革命是经过许多困苦艰难的，今天革命总算成功了。
As long as he does not put the people first, he will not be loyal to the country no matter how much salary he pays. Then Dai Chuanxian stood up and said, some people say that we should follow the path of Mao Ci. We followed Premier's son in the revolution and went through many hardships. Today the revolution finally succeeded.
我们应当享受一点才对呢。 我说，革命成功的话不很妥当。为了革命，中华民国的人民死了千千万万，哪里不是寡妇孤儿，无人闻问，怎么叫成功呢？若说成功，只可说昨天我们是流氓。
We should enjoy it a little bit. I said, if the revolution succeeds, it will not be very appropriate. For the revolution, tens of thousands of people of the Republic of China died, leaving widows and orphans everywhere. No one cares about them. How can we call it a success? If we say it is a success, we can only say that we were hooligans yesterday.
今天当了什么院长？说到享受的话，范文正公说过，先天下之忧而忧，后天下之乐而乐。我们革命的人应当是人民大众先享受了，然后我们再享受，不能说人民连活都活不下去。
What kind of director do you have today? When it comes to enjoyment, what kind of director do you have today? When it comes to enjoyment, Fan Wenzhengang said, be worried about the worries of the world first, and be happy after the joys of the world. We revolutionary people should enjoy it first, and then we can enjoy it. It cannot be said that the people cannot survive.
我们先来享受。我说到这里，把桌子一拍，这个案子我是反对到底。蒋介石说，既是这样，先把这个案子搁一搁，改日再谈。结果，西北5省的旱灾是没有人过问。
Let's enjoy it first. When I said this, I slapped the table and said, I will oppose this case to the end. Chiang Kai-shek said, in this case, let's put this case aside for now and talk about it another day. As a result, no one took care of the drought in the 5 northwest provinces.
国民政府委员的薪金还是偷偷的按800元发的，你看可恨不可恨？在南京开编遣会议，大家都到齐了，有60-70位。先向总理一向行礼，完了，蒋介石就领着大家宣誓。誓词是什么？
The salary of the members of the national government is still secretly paid at 800 yuan. Do you think it is hateful? When we held a staffing meeting in Nanjing, everyone was present, 60 or 70 of them. First, they saluted the Prime Minister's portrait. After that, Chiang Kai-shek led everyone to take an oath. What is the oath?
就是要真真实实服从命令。后边有人说，既服从命令，就下令得了，何必会议呢？蒋把这话都听见了，可是他却假装没听见。开会提出案子是蒋提的。
That is to truly obey orders. Someone later said that if you obey the order, then the order is given, so why bother with the meeting? Jiang heard all these words, but he pretended not to hear them. It was Jiang who brought up the case at the meeting.
这案子就是每个集团军不管人多少，只留12个师，其余的人都遣散。当时有位李先生站起来说，关于军事，我是外行，不过我知道的，我要贡献些意见。若是一个集团留12个师的话，
This case is that no matter how many people there are in each army group, only 12 divisions will be retained, and the rest will be dismissed. At that time, a Mr. Li stood up and said, as for military affairs, I am an outsider, but I know what I know, and I want to contribute some opinions. If a group retains 12 divisions,
一定有的集团军要在报幕6-7个师才够数，有的集团军得要裁下去10几个师才成。若是这样，怎么能说是公平呢？不公不平，没有不出事的，请大家小心，请大家注意。接着还有好几位说话。
Some group armies must recruit 6 or 7 more divisions to make up for it, and some group armies must cut off more than a dozen divisions. If this is the case, how can it be said to be fair? It's unfair, nothing will happen, please be careful, please pay attention. Then several others spoke.
意思与李先生的差不多。讲要消除异己，他自己已经有了决心，无论说什么，一定要依着他的提案去办。实在的情形怎么样呢？蒋派人在北平一带新收了10几个师，另外的保存着。
The meaning is similar to Mr. Lee's. Chiang wanted to eliminate dissidents. He had already made up his mind. No matter what he said, he must follow his proposal. What is the actual situation? Chiang sent people to recruit more than a dozen new divisions in the Peiping area and preserved the others. The meaning is similar to Mr. Lee's. Chiang wanted to eliminate dissidents. He had already made up his mind. No matter what he said, he must follow his proposal. What is the actual situation? Chiang sent people to recruit more than a dozen new divisions in the Peiping area and preserved the others.
这是人人知道的，也就是一件真正不公不平的事。中国之乱，人民得不到平安的生活，就是蒋介石的自私自利的打算弄成的。南京城内大拆房子，蒋介石叫南京市政府拆民房，展宽大马路。
Everyone knows this, and it is a truly unfair thing. The chaos in China and the people's inability to live a peaceful life were caused by Chiang Kai-shek's selfish plans. A large-scale demolition of houses in Nanjing. Chiang Kai-shek asked the Nanjing municipal government to demolish private houses and widen the roads.
市政府就在地图上画了2道线，县里限2星期拆完，不拆的公家替他们拆。南京的老百姓集合了1、2万到国民政府来请愿，讲他们大家不出去，就推我出去给请愿的代表讲话。我说
The city government drew 2 lines on the map, and the buildings within the lines were demolished within 2 weeks. Those who did not want to demolish the buildings would be demolished on their behalf. The people of Nanjing gathered 10,000 to 20,000 people to petition the national government. Chiang Kai-shek and others refused to go out, so they pushed me out to speak to the petitioning representatives. I said,
最好你们另找别人去。若我出去对人民说话，恐怕说出话来得罪朋友。结果还是推我出去。我对民众们说，市政府要拆房，假若能首先给你们盖上房，叫你们再搬出去，那是好的。若没盖好房，
It's best if you find someone else. If I go out to speak to the people, I am afraid that what I say will offend my friends. In the end, they still pushed me out. I said to the people, the city government is going to demolish the houses. It would be good if they can build houses for you first and then ask you to move out. If the houses are not built, it will be good.
硬叫你们搬出去，那就不对。这是中华民国，不是中华光国。人民既是主人，官吏就是仆人。仆人应当为主人做事，应当讨主人的喜欢。现在我说个故事给大家听一听。
It would be wrong to force you to move out. This is the Republic of China, not the official state of China. Since the people are masters, officials are servants. Servants should do things for their masters and please their masters. Now let me tell you a story.
威廉一世做了德国的皇帝，对于法国打了胜仗，威廉要把他的花园扩大。正好有一个老百姓，他有3间房，可是他不卖，要在另外买块地方同这3间房来换，百姓也不换。
William I became the Emperor of Germany and won the war against France. William wanted to expand his garden. There happened to be a common man who had 3 houses, but he would not sell them. He wanted to buy another place to exchange them with the 3 houses, but the common man would not trade them.
威廉皇帝看别人去没办成， 他就自己出马，同这房主说了许多好话。房主说，对于太皇帝的话，我应当听，但是我父亲有遗嘱教训我，不要卖这3间房屋，我要卖了就是不孝之子。
Emperor William saw that others had failed, so he went out on his own and said many good things to the landlord. The landlord said, I should listen to the emperor's words, but my fathers will taught me not to sell these 3 houses. If I do, I will be an unfilial son.
那么大皇帝你一定不愿意你的国民做一个不孝之子吧？威廉说，你知道我是德国的皇帝，连这小小的事都办不成，还做什么皇帝呢？房主说，假如你肯把法治国家的招牌砸碎了。
So, great emperor, you must not want your citizens to be unfilial sons, right? William said, You know I am the emperor of Germany. If I can't even do this little thing, why should I be an emperor? The homeowner said, If you are willing to smash the sign of a country governed by law.
你可以叫你几个兵把我的房子拆了，不是这样，你就不能动我的房子。威廉气得不能行，回到宫里，正好俾士麦来给他贺喜说，大皇帝陛下有这样守法的国民，我们应当来庆贺。
You can ask a few of your soldiers to demolish my house, otherwise, you can't touch my house. William was so angry that he couldn't stand it. When he returned to the palace, Bismarck came to congratulate him and said, His Majesty the Great Emperor has such law-abiding citizens, we should come to celebrate.
这样威廉的气才消了下去。一个有皇帝的国家，还不敢拆人民的房。我们是民主国家，若不得我们的同意，谁敢来拆房呀？我说完了，民众们就鼓起掌来。后来听见说，
Only then did William's anger subside. A country with an emperor would not dare to demolish people's houses. We are a democratic country. Without our consent, who would dare to demolish a house? After I finished speaking, the people applauded. Later I heard that.
蒋介石对于我这次的讲话很不痛快。在南京的汤山，蒋介石请我去洗澡。我一看那里布置得好极了，门口外边有2个宪兵，院子里边有各种的花草，有厨房预备着，什么时候来可以吃点心。
Chiang Kai-shek was very unhappy with my speech this time. In Tangshan, Nanjing, Chiang Kai-shek invited me to take a bath. I saw that the place was very nicely decorated. There were 2 gendarmes outside the door. There were all kinds of flowers and plants in the yard, and there was a kitchen ready. You can have snacks when you come.
也可以吃饭。里面有几个洗澡的池子，这就是蒋介石洗澡的地方。不但民众进不来，就是小官也进不来，大官若与蒋没有关系的也进不来。我们洗完了澡，蒋介石说常说的话：平、越、沪、汉。
You can also eat. There are several bathing pools inside. This is where Chiang Kai-shek bathed. Not only the public could not enter, but also small officials could not enter. Even high-ranking officials who had no relationship with Chiang could not enter. After we took a bath, Chiang Kai-shek said, as we often say, Ping, Guangdong, Shanghai, Han.
这4个地方拿在手里头，全中国就都在他们手中了。蒋说这话是对我下了挑拨的作用。我对蒋说，当全国的领袖需要肚子能装下全国人，若当全世界的领袖肚子里要能装下全世界的人。
With these 4 places in their hands, the whole of China is in their hands. Chiang said this to provoke me. I said to Jiang, to be the leader of the country, you need to have a belly that can hold the whole country. If you want to be the leader of the world, you need to have a belly that can hold the whole world people.
只要你自己时时刻刻注重得民心、得军心6个字上，又能实做出来，无论他们占领哪里，无论他们拿了哪里，都是你的膀臂，都是你的兄弟，也都是为你做事的，何必顾虑这些呢？
As long as you always pay attention to winning the hearts and minds of the people and the army, and can implement it, no matter where they occupy, no matter where they take, they are your arms, your brothers, and they are all for you. As a businessman, why do you worry about these things?
蒋介石听我说了这些话不对头，他转过话来说：“没有什么。”就在这个时候，没有几天，何成俊就在北平发动了驱逐白崇禧的事。又不久，蒋介石把李济深将军扣起来了，也是那几天。
When Chiang Kai-shek heard what I said was wrong, he turned around and said, "It's nothing." At this time, within a few days, He Qing-jun launched the expulsion of Bai Chongxi in Peiping, and soon Chiang Kai-shek detained General Li Jishan. Also those days.
在上海警备司令姓熊的贩卖鸦片烟土和上海的张将军打起来了。蒋介石和古英芬之争。这天晚上，我在蒋介石家中吃晚饭，刚吃完饭，坐在客厅里，古英芬拿着许多电报来找蒋看。蒋问
There was a fight between the opium and tobacco dealer surnamed Xiong, the Shanghai garrison commander, and General Zhang from Shanghai. The dispute between Chiang Kai-shek and Gu Yingfen. That evening, I had dinner at Chiang Kai-shek's house. Just after dinner, while sitting in the living room, Gu Yingfen came to see Jiang with many telegrams. Jiang asked,
有什么要紧的事吗？古英芬说，没有别的要紧的，只是熊式辉在上海贩卖鸦片烟土的事闹得很厉害。蒋说，熊式辉绝不会贩卖鸦片烟土，这是随便胡说，不会有这个事情。古英芬说
Is there anything important? Gu Yingfen said, There is nothing else important. It's just that Xiong Shihui's opium and tobacco sales in Shanghai are causing a lot of trouble. Jiang said, Xiong Shihui will never sell opium and tobacco. This is just nonsense. This won't happen. Gu Yingfen said.
这里有电报是这样说的。蒋说，有电报我也不信。古说，信不信是一件事，舆论又是一件有关系的事。蒋说，什么舆论？舆论，舆论。我拿300万元开10个报馆，我叫他说什么，他就说什么。
Here's a telegram saying so. Jiang said, I don't believe it even if there is a telegram. An ancient saying goes, belief or not is one thing, and public opinion is another matter. Chiang said, What public opinion, public opinion, public opinion? I spent 3 million yuan to open 10 newspaper offices, and whatever I asked him to do, he would do whatever he said.
什么狗屁舆论？我全不信。古英芬说，即使你全不信，公示也不用看了。蒋介石因为我在那里，不好意思的，就叫古先生在别的房子歇一歇，等一会再看。我站起来说，不要耽误你们的公事。
What bullshit public opinion? I don't believe it at all. Gu Yingfen said, Since you don't believe it at all, there is no need to read the official business. Chiang Kai-shek was embarrassed because I was there, so he asked Mr. Gu to rest in another house and look again later. I stood up and said, Don't delay your official business.
我走了。我在路上想，舆论就是狗屁吗？蒋真能说出这样的话来。蒋介石解散军队之新法。我在军委会问他们第一集团军队发多少饷，给多少川资，给省县职工是如何办法。
I'm leaving. I thought on the way, is public opinion bullshit? Can Chiang really say such a thing? Chiang Kai-shek's new law to disband the army. I asked them at the military commission how much pay they would pay to the first group army and how much Sichuan capital would be given, how to deal with the official affairs of the province and county.
一位姓贺的是中将阶级，他说办法简便得很。我说请你说给我听。贺说：一、预备火车一列；二、红绿纸的标语各200份；三、军乐队，若无乐队用本地吹鼓手也好；四、召集一些民众；五。
A lieutenant general named he said the method was very simple. I asked you to tell me, and he said, 1. Prepare a train. 2. 200 copies of slogans on red and green paper. 3. Military band. If there is no band, local drummers may be used. 4. Gather some people. 5.
把要解散的军队集合在车站上，架起枪来。6. 先是军官讲话，不外说今天欢送爱国的革命的军人退伍还乡，不要名又不要利，这是伟大爱国的行动。7. 接着民众代表也如此说。8.
Gather the troops who are about to be disbanded at the station and raise their guns. 6. First, the officer speaks, saying nothing more than to welcome the patriotic and revolutionary soldiers to their hometowns today. There is no need for fame or benefit. This is a great patriotic act. 7. Then the people's representatives also said the same thing. 8.
接着即把军队徒手拥上车去。9. 大家急呼口号，退伍军人万岁。10. 汽笛一响即开车了。以上这10条即是退伍的好办法，不用什么钱，没有一个人愿当兵。这是蒋介石用过的好办法。
Then they crowded the troops into the car with bare hands. 9. Everyone shouted slogans. Long live the veterans. 10. As soon as the whistle sounded, they started driving. The above 10 tips are a good way to retire from the army. Then they crowded the troops into the car with bare hands. 9. Everyone shouted slogans. Long live the veterans. 10. As soon as the whistle sounded, they started driving. The above 10 tips are a good way to retire from the army. It doesn't cost much and no one wants to be a soldier. This is a good method used by Chiang Kai-shek.
我听了觉得出奇得很。过了没有几天，果然由蚌埠解散了有300-400人，是用那位贺先生说的办法。火车到了浦口，就把车站打了又抢了，接着报告说打过下关来了。
I felt very surprised after hearing this. A few days later, as expected, 300 to 400 people were disbanded from Bungbu, using the method Mr. He said. When the train arrived at Puku, they beat up and robbed the station, and then reported that they had arrived through Xiaguan.
不到半点钟，又报告打进南京城来了，银行都被退伍兵抢光了。又说同宪兵员警打起来了，互有伤亡。不到2个钟头，全城大乱起来，最后无法只得调军校学生出去打退伍兵。
Less than half an o'clock, another report came into Nanjing, and all the banks were robbed by veterans. He also said that there was a fight with the military police and there were casualties on both sides. In less than 2 hours, the whole city was in chaos. In the end, they had no choice but to send military students out to fight veterans.
因此，死的兵和死的百姓也不少。我那时是军政部长，但是第1级团军讲的军队不叫他们归军政部管。你看这件事是多么出人意料之外吧？是不是别有一副心肠呢？我不知道。
Therefore, many soldiers and civilians died. I was the Minister of Military and Political Affairs at the time, but Chiang Kai-shek's First Army did not put them under the control of the military and political department. You see how unexpected this was. Do you have a different heart? I don't know.
有许多伤兵到军政部来告状， 他们告的是第1级团军所辖伤兵医院院长，他们告这位院长克扣伤兵的饮食费和用费数目很大。我叫军法司把那院长找来一问属实。
Many wounded soldiers came to the military and administrative department to complain. What they sued was the director of the hospital for wounded soldiers under the jurisdiction of the First Army. They sued the director for deducting a large amount of food and expenses from the wounded soldiers. I asked the Military Justice Department to find the dean and find out the truth.
要把那医院院长治罪。院长说他太冤枉。我问他为什么冤枉。院长说任何院长都弄钱比我多，别的院长没有被告，光告了我。因为这医院是第1级团军的。
The hospital director must be punished. The dean said that he was too unjust. I asked him why he was wronged. The dean said, any dean has made more money than me. The other deans have not been sued, but only sued me. Because this hospital belongs to the First Army.
所以我就把这院长说的话对蒋说了。蒋说您不必问了，我自己来查吧。结果院长并未治罪，就算完事。有一天我正在蒋介石那里坐着谈话，有人说有一个日本人叫不识圣智来见蒋。蒋问我
So I told Jiang what the dean said. Jiang said, you don't have to ask, I will check it myself. As a result, the dean did not punish him and it was over. One day I was sitting and talking with Chiang Kai-shek. Someone said that a Japanese named Bushi Shinji came to see Chiang Kai-shek. Jiang asked me,
认识这位日本人不认识？我说认识他，前2天曾在我住的地方见过他。这位日本人写过一本书，说冯玉祥和苏联订的有卖国条约。前2天他又说那本书是因为有人给了他2万块钱。
Do you know this Japanese guy? I said, I know him. I saw him where I lived 2 days ago. This Japanese wrote a book saying that Feng Yuxiang had a traitorous treaty with the Soviet Union. 2 days ago, he said that the book was bought because someone gave him 20,000 yuan.
他认为错了，现在又要写本好的书。我对这日本人说，你写的好与我没关系，你写的坏我也不恼你，总要问自己的良心平安，每一件事件，每1小时都要觉得良心不受责备而已。
He thought he was wrong, and now he wants to write a good book. I say to this Japanese, it has nothing to do with me if you write well, and I won't be angry with you if you write badly. You must always ask about the peace of your conscience. In every incident, every hour, you must feel that your conscience is not reproached.
我也绝不告你，你毁坏我的名誉。今天这位日本人来见你，你可要小心。蒋说，日本人这样写书的很多。1928年9月，我在南京3牌楼住。那一天，我不见客人。
I will never sue you for ruining my reputation. This Japanese guy comes to see you today, so be careful. Jiang said, there are many Japanese who write books like this. In September 1928, I stayed at Sanpeilu, Nanjing. I didn't see any guests that day.
蒋介石同他的夫人带了野餐与一颗很长的人参来看我。我的副官对他说，不见客。蒋说，你们不要管。他一直到楼上，蒋说，我们出去吃野餐。我说南京城外我不熟识。
Chiang Kai-shek and his wife brought a picnic and a very long ginseng tree to see me. My adjutant said to him, no visitors. Jiang said, don't worry about it. He went upstairs, and Jiang said, let's go out for a picnic. I said I didn't know anyone outside Nanjing.
只有陶行知先生办的小庄师范是在和平门外，这是我所知道的地方。蒋说：好，我们就去那地方。后来我们在小庄师范参观，并给蒋介石介绍了陶行知。到了民国18年，因为我认识陶行知。
The only place I know of is the Xiaozhuang Normal School run by Mr. Tao Xingji, which is outside Heapingman. Chiang said, okay, let's go to that place. Later we visited Xiaozhuang Normal University and introduced Tao Xingji to Chiang Kai-shek. In the 18th year of the Republic of China, I got to know Tao Xingji.
蒋反对，我也把陶行知的小庄师范给封门了。我真想不到蒋会这种做法。南京开第3次代表大会，所有国民党的中央委员都是蒋自己圈定。我对蒋说，这种办法不好。
Jiang objected and I also closed Tao Xingji's Xiaozhuang Normal School. I really didn't expect Jiang to do this. The Third Congress was held in Nanjing, and all the Central Committee members of the Kuomintang were appointed by Chiang Kai-shek himself. I told Jiang that this method was not good.
若是大家随便选，也选不掉你。可是蒋不听，结果蒋的亲信都被圈上，其他多有学问或对革命有贡献的都没有圈上。这样一来，党中的朋友们闲话就很多。
If everyone chooses randomly, they can't choose you. But Jiang didn't listen. As a result, all the cronies of Chiang Kai-shek were included, while others who were knowledgeable or had contributed to the revolution were not included. As a result, friends in the party gossiped a lot.
蒋这种办法使得许多朋友没有法子不攻击他，这是扩大会议会成立的最大原因。第6章消灭异己的蒋介石，自从蒋介石以圈点方式决定中央委员之后，他这种排除异己之事更多。
Chiang's method made it impossible for many of his friends not to attack him. This is the biggest reason why the enlarged conference was established. Chapter 6, Chiang Kai-shek eliminates dissidents. Since Chiang Kai-shek decided Chiang's method made it impossible for many of his friends not to attack him. This is the biggest reason why the enlarged conference was established.
他用何成俊代替了白崇禧在北平，又诱了李济深将军在南京扣住他。党内外任何事情他都要独裁，所以反对他的人更多。胡汉民先生在国民党内是老党员。
He replaced Bai Chongxi in Peiping with He Qingjun, and lured General Li Jishan to detain him in Nanjing. He wants to be dictatorial in everything inside and outside the party, so there are even more people who oppose him. Mr. Hu Hanmin is a veteran member of the Kuomintang.
也是和孙中山先生革命最久的，比着蒋介石在国民党的历史深得很。胡对蒋的独裁深感不满。胡曾对蒋不断地说，做事要尊重大家的意思。蒋听胡说的这话，就怀恨在心。
He is also the one who has been involved in the revolution with Mr. Sun Yat-sen for the longest time, and has a much deeper history in the Kuomintang than Chiang Kai-shek, who was deeply dissatisfied with Chiang's dictatorship. Hu Zeng kept telling Jiang that everyone should respect everyone's wishes when doing things. When Jiang heard what Hu said, he felt resentful.
有一天又讨论民主和独裁的事来，蒋马上翻了脸，把胡关起来。胡当然不服，蒋的特务就用绳子把胡的手和腿都绑起来，胡仍然不服，大骂起来。大家都知道，蒋介石平素说话总说
One day we discussed democracy and dictatorship again. Jiang immediately turned his back and imprisoned Hu. Of course Hu refused to accept it, so Chiang's agents tied up Hu's hands and legs with ropes. Hu still refused to accept it and started to curse. Everyone knows that Chiang Kai-shek always talks.
胡是蒋的老师前辈。忽然间，蒋介石把胡捆起来了。当然，大家要请蒋把胡放出来。过了几天，果然胡出来了，可是两臂和腿捆的都是血印。胡汉民是国民政府委员，国民党的常务委员。
Who was Chiang's teacher and senior? Suddenly Chiang Kai-shek tied up Hu. Of course everyone had to ask Chiang to release Hu. After a few days, Hu came out, but his arms and legs were bound with blood marks. Hu Hanmin is a member of the national government and a standing committee member of the Kuomintang.
又是立法院长，胡并没有犯法的事，又没有叛党，就是因为胡劝蒋不要独裁，就遭了捆打，这是多么奇怪的事！当时第2集团军、第3集团军和第4集团军有的半年不关饷。
He was also the legislative yuan, who had not committed any crime or rebelled against the party. However, who was beaten up just because he advised Chiang Kai-shek not to be dictatorial. How strange this was. At that time, the Second Army, the Third Army, and the Fourth Army had no pay for half the year.
有的8个月不关饷，跟蒋要饷的电报很多，可是蒋都不答复。蒋的第1集团军的饷不但1个月都不欠，同时蒋还派人带着现款到北平附近收买张、吴、孙等的军队。蒋介石这种做法
Some were not paid for 8 months, and there were many telegrams from Chiang asking for payment, but Chiang did not reply. Not only did Chiang's First Army not owe a month's pay, but Chiang also sent people with cash to buy off Zhang, Wu, Sun, and other troops near Peiping. Chiang Kai-shek's approach.
各级团军都知道，第3、第4集团军的军官们彼此见了面都要彼此问：你们关饷了吗？都说没有。若是第1集团军的军官，他们就很干脆地回答说：我们的饷1个也不欠。
All armies know it. When the officers of the 3rd and 4th Group Army met each other, they would always ask each other, "Have you closed the pay?" They all said, "No." If they were officers of the 1st Group Army, they would simply answer, "I don't owe any wages."
因此，军队的官兵对蒋很怨恨，为了蒋的待遇不平等。这时候，全国的军民已开始不满蒋介石的独裁了。许多革命的同志和军事领袖在北平集合，开扩大会议，决定了命令第2集团军。
Therefore, the officers and soldiers of the army were very resentful towards Chiang because of his unequal treatment. At this time, the soldiers and civilians across the country were beginning to be dissatisfied with Chiang Kai-shek's dictatorship. Many revolutionary comrades and military leaders gathered in Peiping, held an enlarged meeting, and decided on the order, the Second Army.
第3集团军、第4集团军来讨伐蒋介石。虽然蒋介石派出的喽啰很多，各处去收买文的武的。第4集团军从广西打出来，下了长沙到岳州。第3集团军从山西越过河北，打到山东。
The Third Army and the Fourth Army came to attack Chiang Kai-shek. Although Chiang Kai-shek sent many minions to bribe civil and military officials everywhere, the Fourth Army fought out from Guangxi and moved down Changsha to Yuezhou. The Third Army crossed from Shaanxi to Hebei and hit Shandong.
第2集团军从陕西打出来，越过黄河，打到安徽的北部。真是把蒋介石打得头破血出，看着蒋介石就要失败了。可是为什么没把蒋介石打垮呢？因为在个集团军里头。
The Second Army fought out from Shaanxi and crossed the Yellow River to the north of Anhui. It really beat Chiang Kai-shek to pieces, and it looked like Chiang Kai-shek was about to fail. But why was Chiang Kai-shek not defeated? The Second Army fought out from Shaanxi and crossed the Yellow River to the north of Anhui. It really beat Chiang Kai-shek to pieces, and it looked like Chiang Kai-shek was about to fail. But why was Chiang Kai-shek not defeated? Because in each army group,
有的被蒋介石用钱收买了内奸，从里头作梗；有的因为旱灾，官兵没有吃的。而蒋介石呢，从定都南京起，他背后就有帝国主义随时帮忙，因此他又有钱又有武器。
Some were bribed by Chiang Kai-shek's traitors to obstruct them. Some officers and soldiers had no food because of the drought. And as for Chiang Kai-shek, from the time he established his capital in Nanjing, he had imperialists behind him to help him at any time, so he was rich and powerful. Arms.
蒋介石指示东北的军队打苏联，那是扩大会议结束之后，蒋介石趾高气扬地跑到北平，同张学良和一位姓王的很高兴地说：“苏联国算什么？哪位愿意打，就可以打苏联。”
Chiang Kai-shek ordered the troops in northeast China to fight against the Soviet Union. It was after the enlarged meeting that Chiang Kai-shek ran to Peking with great pride to meet with Zhang Xueliang and a man named Wang. He said happily, "The Soviet Union is nothing. Anyone who is willing to fight can fight the Soviet Union."
因此，张学良就叫他的2旅人向苏联进攻。想不到得的结果是旅长阵亡，不能打了。蒋介石不管，叫张学良自己去了结。这件事大家都晓得，因为过于高兴了，弄出来轻举妄动。
Therefore, Zhang Xueliang ordered his 2 brigade troops to attack the Soviet Union. The unexpected result was that the brigade commander was killed and could not fight. Chiang Kai-shek ignored it and asked Zhang Xueliang to settle the matter himself. Everyone knows about this, and they act rashly because they are too happy.
使苏联看不起我们，使全世界上的人也看不起中国人。这种动作不是儿戏国事是什么？第7章918的蒋介石，918以前，因为蒋介石鼓励坏的军队，不容好的军队，当时不论文的、武的。
It makes the Soviet Union look down on us and people all over the world look down on the Chinese. This kind of action is not a child's play. What is the state affairs? Chapter 7 Chiang Kai-shek in the September 18th incident. Before the September 18th incident, because Chiang Kai-shek encouraged bad armies and did not tolerate good armies, there was no political or military training at that time.
都被蒋领到吃、嫖、赌和抽大烟的路上，军队的训练没有，军纪、风纪败坏到万分。这些实在情形，日本人全都了解。本来张作霖活着的时候，许过很多的利益给日本人。
They were all led by Chiang to eat, whore, gamble and smoke. There was no training in the army, and military discipline and morals were extremely corrupted. The Japanese understand all these actual situations. Originally, when Zhang Zuolin was alive, he promised many benefits to the Japanese.
因为张作霖把郭松龄夫妇打死了，那样张作霖对于日本人的要求就拖延下去。日本帝国主义当然是不高兴的。1928年，张作霖失败，由北平退到东三省。
Because Zhang Zuolin beat Guo Songling and his wife to death, Zhang Zuolin's demands on the Japanese would be delayed. Of course, Japanese imperialism is not happy. In 1928, Zhang Zuolin failed and retreated from Peiping to the 3 eastern provinces.
在皇姑屯的大桥底下，被日本埋的地雷给炸死。日本人所要的权利还没得到。当时看见张学良跑到北平，日本人觉得这个时候可以发动了，因为日本人看见蒋介石在北伐成功以后。
He was killed by a landmine planted by Japan under the bridge in Hwanggaeton. The rights the Japanese want have not yet been obtained. When they saw Zhang Xueliang running to Peiping, the Japanese thought it was time to launch the campaign because the Japanese saw Chiang Kai-shek after the success of the northern expedition.
自己用刀把自己的臂膀和腿都砍掉了，明明的知道就是日本人占了东北，蒋介石也没有什么办法。果然在918这天，先把辽宁的北大营占了，接着又把辽宁省城占了。
He cut off his arms and legs with a knife, knowing clearly that even if the Japanese occupied the northeast, there would be nothing Chiang Kai-shek could do. Sure enough, on September 18th, they first occupied the Peking University camp in Liaoning, and then the capital of Liaoning province.
张学良的参谋长由辽宁打电话报告张学良，问张怎么办。张正在戏园子看戏，才打完了吗啡针。张回答他的参谋长说：“日本人要占什么地方，随日本人占，我们是不抵抗主义。”
Zhang Shuiliang's chief of staff called Zhang Shuiliang from Liaoning and asked Zhang what to do. Zhang was watching a play in the theater and had just finished taking a morphine injection. Zhang replied to his chief of staff, "Wherever the Japanese want to occupy, let the Japanese occupy it. We are non-resistance doctrine."
为什么这样说呢？因为张请示过蒋介石，蒋对张学良说：“无论日本人占什么地方，都随日本人占，我们是不抵抗主义。”蒋说：“这话是我说的，但你不许对别人说。”当时全国的舆论。
Why do you say this? Because Zhang had asked Chiang Kai-shek for instructions, Chiang said to Zhang Shuiliang, "No matter where the Japanese occupy, it will be occupied by the Japanese. We are non-resistance." Chiang said, "I said this, but you are not allowed to say it to others." The national public opinion at that time.
因为张学良说的不抵抗主义，大家都攻击张学良，但张学良有苦说不出来。日本占了辽宁省城，接着就像疯狂的一样在各地烧杀，很多青年学生被日本人把手砍下去。
Because of Zhang Shuiliang's non-resistance doctrine, everyone attacked Zhang Shuiliang, but Zhang Shuiliang could not speak out about his suffering. The Japanese occupied the capital of Liaoning province and then burned and killed many young students like crazy. Many young students had their hands chopped off by the Japanese.
有的腿被他们砍下去。就在那2个星期里头，日本人杀我们的同胞就有100-200万，如同切瓜切菜一样。这种惨痛的情形，有人报告了蒋介石，蒋总是不闻不问。
Some legs were cut off by them. In just those 2 weeks, the Japanese killed 1 or 2 million of our compatriots, just like cutting melons and vegetables. Someone reported this tragic situation to Chiang Kai-shek, but Chiang always ignored it.
东北的爱国军人们看张学良既不抵抗，他们自己就和日本帝国主义打起来，还有许多爱国青年如苗可秀他们拉起义勇军来，对着日本人拼死命，像小黑山厉家窝铺孙洪宪老举人。
The patriotic soldiers in the northeast saw that Zhang Shuiliang was not resisting, so they themselves fought against Japanese imperialism. There were also many patriotic young people such as Miao Kashio who mobilized the insurrectionary army and fought to the death against the Japanese, lift people.
80多岁，带着他全家和孙男弟女3000多人同日本人打了几次列仗，房产土地全不要了，向热河察哈尔退进来，那种惨况就是铁石心肠的人知道了，也没有不落泪的。
When he was in his 80s, he led his family and more than 3,000 people, including his sons and daughters, to fight several fierce battles with the Japanese. He gave up all his property and land and retreated to Chahar, Rihe. Such a miserable situation is hard-hearted. When people know this, there is no one who does not shed tears.
当时上海方面和国内各地的爱国人士都起来责备政府，并且捐了许多款项，找朱子乔将军组织了东北义勇军和后援会。第8章为918在南京会议918事件发生之后。
At that time, patriots in Shanghai and across the country rose up to blame the government, and donated a lot of money to General Zhu Ziqiao to organize the Northeast Volunteer Army and Support Association. Chapter 8 is the September 18th meeting in Nanjing, after the September 18th incident.
眼看着东北3省全都要丢掉了，无论国内国外，没有人不说你这国民政府是干什么的。蒋没有办法了，先找孔祥熙给我一个电报，国内严重，如何办法，请指教。我复电。
Seeing that all 3 northeastern provinces are about to be lost, there was no one at home or abroad who did not say, "What do you do as the national government?" Jiang had no choice but to ask Kong Xiangxi to send me a telegram. It is serious at home. Please advise me on what to do. I replied.
918的祸首就是蒋介石，蒋要向大家认罪下野，然后可以商议，不然我是不同蒋谈话的。过了2天，接到蒋的电报，一切的事都是我做错了，请大家到南京来，赶紧商议救国大计。
The culprit of September 18th was Chiang Kai-shek. Chiang had to admit his guilt to everyone and step down, and then we could discuss it. Otherwise, I would not talk to Chiang. 2 days later, I received a telegram from Chiang Kai-shek. I have done everything wrong. Please come to Nanjing and quickly discuss plans to save the country.
下野的事已经完全准备好了，我一定下野。我的老朋友刘允成当时由晋南来看我，刘说，蒋若诚心认罪，先生应当到南京去商量救国大计，这种危险的事情我也愿意去。
I am completely ready to go to the field. I will definitely go to the field. My old friend Lu Yuncheng came to see me from Shannon at that time. I am completely ready to go to the field. I will definitely go to the field. My old friend Lu Yuncheng came to see me from Shannon at that time. Lu said, if Jiang sincerely pleads guilty, sir, he should go to Nanjing to discuss plans to save the country. I am also willing to do such a dangerous thing.
我同刘先生到了太原，知道阎锡山已由大连飞回来了。在太原北边一个中学内，我同阎锡山病言的朋友在一起谈了1天。阎锡山说，怕蒋介石没有真的觉悟，他愿意做儿皇帝。
Mr. Liu and I arrived in Taiyuan and learned that Yan Xishan had flown back from Dalian. In a middle school in the north of Taiyuan, I talked with Yan Xishan and Yan's friends for a day. Yan Xishan said, I am afraid that Chiang Kai-shek does not have true consciousness and he is willing to be the emperor.
不愿意抵抗日本。我就同阎锡山说，这是国家存亡问题，他不抵抗，我们也得抵抗。蒋介石寄来电说，一切都是他的错，请大家去。至于有什么危险，我是不管。由太原开车到了娘子关。
Unwilling to resist Japan. I told Yan Xishan, this is a matter of national survival. If he doesn't resist, we must resist too. Chiang Kai-shek called and said, everything is his fault, please go. As for the danger, I don't care. Unwilling to resist Japan. I told Yan Xishan, this is a matter of national survival. If he doesn't resist, we must resist too.
有位黄师岳师长上车来见我，这位黄师长2只手拉着我说，老将军快出来救国吧，我们的国家不得了了。一面说着，一面哭。看他的年纪有30多岁，知道他是东北的军队。
Commander Huang Shiyue got on the bus and came to see me. This Commander Huang held my hands and said, "Old General, please come out and save the country. Our country is in danger." As he spoke, he cried. Seeing that he was in his 30s, I knew he was from the Northeast Army.
他请我下车看他的队伍，我在车站上看他的队伍，大约有1营人，个个都是精壮得很。他就是东北军张学良负责指挥的。我问他：“你们是东北军，怎么到娘子关来住呢？”那位黄师长落着泪说
He asked me to get off the bus and see his team. I looked at his team at the station. There was about a battalion of people, all of them were very strong. He was the commander of the Northeast Army Zhang Shuoyang. I asked him, "You are from the Northeast Army, why did you come to live in Niangziguan?" Commander Huang said with tears.
不是这样，日本鬼子怎会把东三省占了呢？我又问黄，你们怎么到这里来的？黄师长说，蒋介石调我们到这里来的。开车后，由丰台转天津，都有很多朋友来看我。我对他们说，东三省丢了。
If not, how could the Japanese take over the 3 northeastern provinces? I asked Huang again, "How did you get here?" Master Huang said, "Chiang Kai-shek transferred us here." After driving from Fengtai to Tianjin, many friends came to see me. I said to them, "The 3 eastern provinces are lost."
我们要抗日，谁要不赞成抗日，谁就是卖国贼。我的火车到了济南府，韩复榘到车站上来欢迎我。我对他说，只有拼命抗日，才是英雄豪杰、爱国男儿，也只有为收复失地。
We want to resist Japan. Anyone who disapproves of resisting Japan is a traitor. When my train arrived in Jinan Prefecture, Han Fujiu came to the station to welcome me. I said to him, "Only those who fight tooth and nail to resist Japan are heroes and patriotic men, and only those who fight to regain lost ground can be considered heroic and patriotic."
为雪国耻去努力，才算对得住祖先，才算对得住先烈。韩说，我要谨记先生的话，我要奉行先生的教训。车到了浦口，很多党里的老朋友来接我，在摆渡上，我说，我们一定要抗日。
Only by working hard to save the country's humiliation can we be worthy of our ancestors and martyrs. Han said, "I must remember your teacher's words closely and I must follow your teacher's teachings." When the bus arrived at Puku, many old friends from the party came to pick me up. On the ferry, I said, "We must resist Japan."
蒋介石已经认了罪，以往的事可以宽恕他。我们是为专制、独裁来打他的，他要不专制、不独裁，绝不会有918的事。我在南京住在张之江先生家里。
Chiang Kai-shek has confessed his crime, and he can be forgiven for his past crimes. We are fighting him for tyranny and dictatorship. If he were not tyrannical and dictatorial, there would never have been the September 18th incident. I stayed at Mr. Zhang Zhijiang's house in Nanjing.
我在中央党部讲话，明明白白地对大家说，扩大会议为什么打仗？是为打倒独裁。早看清楚，在民国里有独裁，一定要招出大祸来。现在蒋介石有电报说，一切事情都是他做错了。
In my speech at the party headquarters of the Central Committee, I told everyone clearly, why are we fighting at the enlarged meeting? It is to overthrow the dictatorship. It has been clear for a long time that if there is a dictatorship in the Republic of China, it will definitely cause disaster. Now Chiang Kai-shek has a telegram saying that everything will be overthrown. It was his fault.
他请我们大家来，我为了共赴国难来的。且郑重地说，我们要抗日，我们要收复失地， 谁要阻止抗日，谁就是卖国贼。会散了之后，就有人说，蒋不会抗日的，你若这样说话，恐有生命危险。
He invited us all to come, and I came to face the national crisis together. And solemnly said, we want to resist Japan, we want to regain lost territory, and whoever wants to stop the resistance to Japan is a traitor. After the meeting ended, someone said, Chiang will not resist Japan. If you talk like this, your life may be in danger.
我的回答是，我来就不怕，我怕就不来。每逢和蒋介石谈话，他都是哼哼哼是，并且一天到晚都是同汪精卫在一起。就在这个时候，上海的朋友们约我到上海说抗日的主张。
My answer is, I'm not afraid when I come, and I won't come if I'm afraid. Whenever he talked to Chiang Kai-shek, he would hum, yes, yes, and he was with Wang Jingwei all day long. At this time, my friends in Shanghai invited me to come to Shanghai to speak out on the My answer is, I'm not afraid when I come, and I won't come if I'm afraid. Whenever he talked to Chiang Kai-shek, he would hum, yes, yes, and he was with Wang Jingwei all day long. At this time, my friends in Shanghai invited me to come to Shanghai to speak out on the anti-Japanese movement.
我坐的火车是下午2点到的上海车站。那天车站上是人山人海，车刚停止，上海市长张群就来上车对我说，今天秩序是没法维持的，因为上海工人、群众都要看看你。
The train I took arrived at Shanghai Station at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. There was a sea of people at the station that day. As soon as the train stopped, Shanghai Mayor Zhang Kun got on the train and said to me, we cannot maintain order today because the workers and the masses in Shanghai want to look at you.
没有法子，不叫他们不看。我站在先生的背后，若有人掷炸弹，我也跑不了。我对张群说，别开玩笑，不会有人炸我。一个我是老百姓，一个我是老百姓的仆人，老百姓喜欢的话，我就说。
There is no way to stop them from watching. I stood behind my husband. If someone threw a bomb, I couldn't run away. There is no way to stop them from watching. I stood behind my husband. If someone threw a bomb, I couldn't run away. I said to Zhang Kun, don't be kidding, no one will bomb me. I am a common people, and I am a servant of the common people. If the common people like it, I will say it.
老百姓不喜欢的话，我不说；老百姓喜欢的事，我就做；老百姓不喜欢的，我不做。你明白这个，就知道老百姓不会炸我的。当时车站上放鞭炮的、放火炮的、喊口号的、拿着旗子的很多。
If the people don't like it, I won't say it. If the people like it, I will do it. If the people don't like it, I won't do it. If you understand this, you know that the people will not bomb me. At that time, there were many people setting off firecrackers, setting off cannons, shouting slogans, and holding flags at the station.
非常的热闹，有1点多钟才出了车站。在上海住在胡汉民先生的房子里，一连几天，每天都有3、4次的演讲，有的是为学生，有的是为民众或社团。主要的意思就是非抗日不可，谁反对抗日。
It was very lively and we didn't leave the station until after 1 o'clock. Lived in Mr. Hu Hanmin's house in Shanghai. For several days, there were 3 or 4 speeches every day, some for students, some for the public or associations. The main meaning is that we must resist Japan. Who is against resisting Japan?
谁就是卖国贼。又到南京开几中全会，大家所讨论的事情都是为了抗战。蒋介石和他亲信的人大唱抗日3天亡国论，讲说枪不如人，炮不如人， 教育训练不如人，机器不如人，工厂不如人。
Who is a traitor? We went to Nanjing to hold several plenums of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. Who is a traitor? We went to Nanjing to hold several plenums of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. The things everyone discussed were all about the war of resistance. Chiang Kai-shek and his cronies sang the theory of national subjugation in 3 days of resistance to Japan. Jiang said, guns are inferior to people, cannons are inferior to people, education and training are inferior to people, machines are inferior to people, and factories are inferior to people.
拿什么和日本打仗呢？若抵抗日本，顶多3天就亡国了。因为讲这样说，何应钦、汪精卫说的更厉害了。何应钦说，日本有多少烟囱，日本人有多少工厂，我们如何能比？不抵抗还可支持几天。
What should we use to fight Japan? If we resist Japan, we will be destroyed in 3 days at most. Because Chiang said this, He Ying-chin and Wang Jingwei said even more powerfully. He Ying-chin said, how many chimneys do Japan have and how many factories do the Japanese have? How can we compare? What should we use to fight Japan? If we resist Japan, we will be destroyed in 3 days at most. Because Chiang said this, He Ying-chin and Wang Jingwei said even more powerfully. He Ying-chin said, how many chimneys do Japan have and how many factories do the Japanese have? How can we compare? How many days can we last without resistance?
除了蒋和汪本人不主张抵抗外，他们的亲近人也都随他们一样的主张，因此会场里头分成2大派，一派即3天亡国论，另外一派是抗日派，说谁阻碍抗日，谁就是亡国奴，闹得非常厉害。
Except for Chiang, he, and Wang themselves who did not advocate resistance, their close people also agreed with them. Therefore, the venue was divided into 2 major factions. One faction was the 3-day subjugation theory, and the other was the anti-Japanese faction. Who would hinder it? Whoever resists Japan will be a slave to the subjugation of the country. There was a lot of fuss.
这种情形，当然日本人都知道了。执政掌权的主张不抗日，日本的气焰就更高了。投降派里头的人很清楚地把会场的情形报告了日本人。第9章128上海大战。
Of course the Japanese are aware of this situation. Those in power advocated non-resistance to Japan, which made Japan even more arrogant. Those in the capitulation faction clearly informed the Japanese of the situation at the meeting. Chapter 9, January 28, Shanghai Battle.
日本人知道蒋和2人的3日亡国论之后，在华北在上海各地都是积极侵略。上海的中国驻军是19路军，归陈明书、蔡廷锴将军等指挥，因为有一种革命训练，所以不肯受日本人欺侮。
After the Japanese learned about Chiang Kai-shek's 3 days of national subjugation theory, they aggressively invaded North China and Shanghai. The Chinese garrison in Shanghai was the 19th Route Army, commanded by Generals Chen Mingshu and Kai Ting-kai. Because it had a kind of revolutionary training, it was unwilling to be bullied by the Japanese.
日人用各种恐吓的方法对付蔡将军等亦不成功，于是日本即进兵拿武力来逼。日本人真想不到，日本人一开枪，19路军的爱国男儿们马上便开枪还手，实际上不但还手。
The Japanese used various intimidation methods to deal with General Kai and others but failed, so the Japanese immediately marched in and used force to force them. The Japanese really didn't expect that as soon as the Japanese fired, the patriotic men of the 19th Route Army immediately fired back. In fact, they not only fired back,
并且把日本军队打退了，不但打退，并且向日本兵追赶过去。这一次的战事给日本人一个极大教训，叫他知道中国人有不怕死的英雄好汉。当时在上海的各国人都亲眼看见。
And they pushed back the Japanese troops. Not only did they push back, but they also chased the Japanese soldiers. This war taught the Japanese a great lesson, telling them that the Chinese have heroes who are not afraid of death. And they pushed back the Japanese troops. Not only did they push back, but they also chased the Japanese soldiers. This war taught the Japanese a great lesson, telling them that the Chinese have heroes who are not afraid of death. People from all over the world who were in Shanghai at that time saw it with their own eyes.
无不表示敬佩。中国同胞更是送粮的送粮，抬伤的抬伤，慰劳的慰劳，赠礼品的赠礼品，冒着枪林弹雨来助战，没有一个怕的。此时南京会议得到这个消息，蒋氏一言不发。陈友仁先生说
All expressed admiration. The Chinese compatriots even sent food, carried the injured, expressed condolences, gave gifts, and braved the hail of bullets to help in the war. No one was afraid. At this time, when the Nanjing Conference received the news, Chiang did not say a word. Mr. Chen Yuran said,
抗日是救亡图存的事，我听说士兵不用命，政府不敢抗敌是有的，我没有听说过士兵愿意打敌人，政府反倒不敢打。有这样不怕死的军队，又有那样慷慨好义的人民，政府不想收复失地。
Resisting Japan is a matter of saving the nation. I have heard that some governments dare not resist the enemy if the soldiers do not sacrifice their lives. I have not heard that the soldiers are willing to fight the enemy, but the government dare not fight. With such an army that is not afraid of death, and such a generous and kind-hearted people, the government does not want to regain the lost ground.
假若把这个机会失去，军心民心全失掉了，将来要想抗日也不成功了。于右任说，北伐的时候，蒋先生很大胆，冯先生在五原誓师，一个宣言出来。
If this opportunity is lost, the morale of the military and the people will be lost, and any attempt to resist Japan in the future will not succeed. Yu Yuran said, during the northern expedition, Mr. Chiang was very bold. If this opportunity is lost, the morale of the military and the people will be lost, and any attempt to resist Japan in the future will not succeed. Yu Yuran said, during the northern expedition, Mr. Chiang was very bold. Mr. Feng swore an oath at Wuyuan and made a declaration.
如同把两个炸弹掷在张作霖和吴佩孚的脖子上一样。为什么到了今天，国难这样严重，反倒不下决心呢？我站起来说，自从918那天起，我就说，非抗日不可，非收复失地不可。
It was like throwing two bombs on the necks of Zhang Zuolin and Wu Peifu. Why is it that today, when the national crisis is so serious, we still can't make up our minds? I stood up and said, since the day of September 18th, I have said that we must resist Japan and recover the lost territory.
谁要是阻碍抗日，谁就是卖国贼。我想大家都听见过我说的这话，今天我再说，就是19路军陈明书、蔡廷锴等几位将军正在那里拼命杀敌，他们为什么这样干？他们为了救国家，救人民。
Anyone who obstructs the resistance to Japan is a traitor. Anyone who obstructs the resistance to Japan is a traitor. I think everyone has heard what I said, and I will say it again today. Chen Mingshu, Kai Ting-kai, and other generals of the 19th Route Army are desperately killing the enemy there. Why are they doing this? They are trying to save the country and the people.
我们若不赶紧决定派出多数的军队援助他们，那是害国殃民，那就是要把19路军的官兵性命送掉了。那种贪生怕死的办法顶不对的。蒋介石始终是一言不发。会场里有人说
If we don't decide to send a large number of troops to assist them quickly, it will be harmful to the country and the people, and it will cost the lives of the officers and soldiers of the 19th Route Army. That kind of greedy for life and fear of death approach is wrong. Chiang Kai-shek never said a word. Someone in the venue said.
海军的兵舰奉了姓何的和姓陈的命令，买了许多青菜、鸡鸭鱼肉送给日本人。有人亲眼看见，问这是怎么回事。一位朋友大嚷着说，日本人正在杀我们的19路军，我们不出兵援助。
The Navy warships bought a lot of vegetables, chickens, ducks, and fish to give to the Japanese on the orders of he and Chen. Someone saw it with their own eyes and asked what was going on. The Navy warships bought a lot of vegetables, chickens, ducks, and fish to give to the Japanese on the orders of he and Chen. Someone saw it with their own eyes and asked what was going on. A friend shouted, "The Japanese are killing our 19th Route Army, and we will not send troops to help."
反倒买米、买肉、买菜给日本人送去，我们还是人不是人，我们还有人味没有？陈有人说，还不赶快出兵，你自己照照你的脸上，一块红一块白，一定自己也觉得难过了吧？接着就有几个人说
On the contrary, if we buy rice, meat, and vegetables to send to the Japanese, we are still human beings. Do we still have any humanity? Chin Yuran said, if you don't send troops quickly, you can look at your face, which is red and white. You must feel sad too. Then several people said.
这个事情太重大了，晚上在谈话会上再说吧。就这样散了会。午后的会就有人说非迁都不可。迁到哪里去呢？有人说西安，有人说重庆，结果决定了迁到洛阳。
This matter is too important. Let's talk about it at the talk meeting tonight. The meeting ended like this. At the afternoon meeting, someone said, the capital must be moved. Where should we move to? Some people said Xi'an, others said Chongqing, but in the end we decided to move to Luoyang.
先把必须的东西运几列车到洛阳去。汪精卫、何应钦都住在浦镇小山上的一个洋楼里，蒋介石有时也住在那里。我同李济深将军住在浦口的火车上。
First transport the necessary things to Luoyang in several trains. Wang Jingwei and He Yingqin both lived in a foreign-style building on a hill in Puzhen, and Chiang Kai-shek sometimes lived there. General Li Jishan and I lived on the train in Pyuku.
这里就空嚷着派兵援助19路军去了。知道内容的人就知道是干打雷不下雨，那就是说，嘴说去派兵，实际上并没有派兵。前2天19路军打得很好，打死日本人不少。
There is no talk here about sending troops to assist the 19th Route Army. Those who know the content will know that it means, there will be thunder but no rain. That is to say, they said they would send troops, but in fact they did not. The 19th Route Army fought very well in the past 2 days and killed many Japanese.
从昨天日本增了援军，我们就吃了小亏。我记得午前10点钟，蒋介石、汪精卫、何应钦召集了念人左右，在小山上开了一个会。何应钦对外交部长罗文干说：“国家情形这样不好。”
Since Japan increased its reinforcements yesterday, we have suffered a small loss. I remember that at 10 o'clock in the morning, Chiang Kai-shek, Wang Jingwei, and He Yingqin convened about 20 people for a meeting on the hill. He Ingqian said to Foreign Minister Luo Wenxian, "The situation in the country is not good."
你们这外交家当动动外交手段呀！这时候不办外交，等什么时候去办外交呢？罗文干红涨着脸说：“你懂什么？弱国无外交。”前几天19路军打胜仗，英法大使馆不断地来电话约我去谈话。
You diplomats should use diplomatic means. If we don't engage in diplomacy now, when will we engage in diplomacy? Luo Wen blushed and said, "What do you know? Weak countries have no diplomacy." A few days ago, the 19th Route Army won the battle, and the British and French embassies kept calling me and asking me to talk.
都是请我喝酒吃饭，非常看得起我们。好了，你们不出兵援助，前方一打败仗，我跑到人家大使馆里去，坐半点钟都不出来见我。这位罗先生愈说愈火，又说国家养兵千日，用兵一时，水来土掩。
They always treat me to drinks and meals, and they think highly of us. Well, if you don't send troops to help, if the battle is defeated at the front, I will go to the embassy and sit there for half an hour, and no one will come out to see me. Mr. Luo became more and more angry as he talked, and said, "A country can raise its troops for 1,000 days, but it can only be used for a short period of time, and then the water will come and the earth will cover it."
兵来将挡，局势到了这样严重，你们都不出兵去打，你们叫我办外交，人家都不肯见我，办什么外交？蒋同和听了这些话，只可把头低下，一声不响地被外交部长罗文干骂了一顿。
The soldiers came to stop him. The situation has become so serious and you don't send troops to fight. You ask me to engage in diplomacy, but others refuse to see me. How can I engage in diplomacy? After hearing these words, Jiang Tonghe could only lower his head and was scolded by Foreign Minister Luo Wen without saying a word.
我同李济深将军到浦镇的铁路工厂去看，那里有一个工头是天津人。他说，他入工厂时1月只10块钱，25年的光景，他当了工头，1个月100元钱。原来这个工厂是英国人管理的。
General Li Jishan and I went to see the railway factory in Puzhen. There was a foreman there who was from Tianjin. He said that when he joined the factory, he only earned 10 yuan a month. For 25 years, he worked as a foreman, earning 100 yuan a month. It turns out that this factory is managed by the British.
用一个人办一件事，你想拿着工钱，必须要有本事，无论场内场外，没有一个拿钱不做事的人。自从蒋家党当权之后，英国人走了，厂长是与蒋介石有关系的人，就添了许多参议、顾问。
If you want to get paid by one person to do one thing, you must be capable. No matter inside or outside the factory, there is no one who does nothing for money. Since the Chiang Kai-shek came to power and the British left, the factory director was someone related to Chiang Kai-shek, so many counselors, consultants.
资役和练习员，每个人都是300或400元，不是英国留学生，便是美国留学生。他们到厂里来，不是看小说，就是谈天，什么事情都不会做。这个工头一面说着，一面问我们。
Consultants and trainers cost 300 or 400 yuan each. They are either British or American students. When they come to the factory, they either read novels or chat, and they don't know how to do anything. Consultants and trainers cost 300 or 400 yuan each. They are either British or American students. When they come to the factory, they either read novels or chat, and they don't know how to do anything.
国家为什么这样用人？你们二位知道不知道？这位工头又说， 我们做了25年的工，是这里面的事，没有一件不会，我才拿100元。你们2位看看，派来的这些练习员都是些少爷们。
Do you two know why the country employs people like this? The foreman added, We have been working for 25 years. Do you two know why the country employs people like this? The foreman added, We have been working for 25 years. There is not a single thing we can't do here. I only get 100 yuan. Look, you two, these trainers sent here are all young men.
什么都不会做，1个月可以拿300-400元。好啊，这样不良的政治，惹得日本人来打我们，这都是报应吧？我对任朝先生说，这位工头先生的话要叫蒋介石听见，也许他有点觉悟吧。李将军说
You can earn 300 to 400 yuan a month without knowing how to do anything. Okay. Such bad politics provoked the Japanese to attack us. This is all retribution. I said to Mr. Ren Chao, Chiang Kai-shek must hear what this foreman said. Maybe he has some awakening. General Li said.
他听什么也没有觉悟。就在那天晚上，我在车站上一个房子里坐着理发，忽然进来一位年轻人在那里打电话。他拿着耳机大声说：“我是2少爷，公馆里快预备2桌宴菜席。”
He didn't realize anything he heard. That night, I was sitting in a house on the station getting a haircut. Suddenly a young man came in and was on the phone. He took his earphone and said loudly, I am the second young master. Please prepare 2 tables of agarwood in the mansion.
8点钟，我在公馆里请客，不准误了，并且派车在江岸来接我。说完了，挂上耳机就出去了。我问车站上的人：“这是谁呀？”一位认识他的人说：“这是陈调员的2少爷，是英国留学生。”
At 8 o'clock I had a treat at the mansion. Don't miss it. A car was sent to pick me up at the riverbank. After that, I hung up my headphones and went out. I asked people at the station who was this. A person who knew him said, This is Chen Tiaoyuan's second young master, a British student studying abroad.
在这工厂里当资役，1月300元，什么都不会。他就会说他是2少爷，他就会每天请客。那位车站的人问我说：“日本军队现在在上海打我们，是不是政府用人太坏的缘故呢？”
Working as a consultant in this factory, you can earn 300 yuan a month and do nothing. He will say that he is the second young master, and he will treat guests every day. The person at the station asked me, The Japanese army is attacking us in Shanghai now. Is it because the government employs people too badly?
为什么北洋政府那么坏，日本鬼子都不敢来打呢？他把声音放低一些说，用人用到这种坏法，无论哪一国也看不起我们。我还没回答他，他又说，这样的少爷，这样的请客，这样的宴菜席。
Why is the Beiyang government so bad that even the Japanese do not dare to fight? He lowered his voice and said, If we employ people in such a bad way, no country will look down on us. Before I could answer him, he added, Such a young master, such a treat, such a banquet of agarwood.
都是革命政府应当有的吗？他们的钱不都是我们老百姓的血汗钱吗？我说，你的话很好，骂得很对。第10章迁都到洛阳，自128起。
Are they all things a revolutionary government should have? Isn't their money all the hard-earned money of us people? I said, What you said is very good, and the scolding is quite right. Chapter 10, Moving the Capital to Luoyang. Starting from January 28th.
上海19路军 和日本帝国主义的军队打得非常激烈。蒋介石的办法是一面破坏19路军的抗战，一面准备逃难。他决定迁都洛阳，他的附和者提出了一大套洛阳是中国古都的理论。
The 19th Route Army in Shanghai fought fiercely with the Japanese imperialist troops. Chiang Kai-shek's method was to undermine the 19th Route Army's resistance war while preparing to flee. He decided to move the capital to Luoyang, and his supporters put forward a large number of theories that Luoyang was the ancient capital of China.
又说如何建设洛阳，用这些方法来转移人们的目标。洛阳在河南省的西部，在周朝时即以洛阳为东京，后来汉唐也曾以洛阳为都城。因洛阳北有黄河和邙山，南有伊阙，东西有伊水。
He also talked about how to build Luoyang and use these methods to divert people's goals. Luoyang is located in the west of Hunan province. During the Zhou dynasty, Luoyang was the capital. Later, the Han and Tang dynasties also used Luoyang as the capital. Because Luoyang has the Yellow River and Mang Mountain to the north, Yik to the south, and Yishui and Mangshan to the east and west.
洛水东有黑石关，西有张毛峡时的险要，在古时是很有险可守的都城。自火器进步以来，已不如昔。矿飞机发明之后，战术上的价值也大大减少了。此次用火车若干列由浦口往洛阳输送。
Luoshui, with Haishiguan in the east and Zhangmajia in the west, was a very dangerous and defendable capital in ancient times. Since the advancement of firearms, they are not what they used to be. After the invention of the Quang aircraft, its tactical value was greatly reduced. This time, several trains were used to transport the goods from Puku to Luoyang.
好像是一件事的，哪知道洛阳房屋太少，只有西宫营房还多，可以住些人。那些自称革命的新贵们来到洛阳，一看即垂头丧气了，没有洋楼，没有地板，没有新式马桶，更没有大餐可吃。
It seems to be the same thing, but there are too few houses in Luoyang. There are only many shigong barracks, which can accommodate some people. Those newly rich people who called themselves revolution were dejected when they came to Luoyang. There were no foreign-style buildings, no floors, no new toilets, and no big meals to eat.
所以很多的人都表示不满意了。开会在西宫开，汪精卫提议以蒋介石为军事委员会的委员长。这一提议弄得大家莫名其妙。蒋既不抗日，为什么找他当委员长呢？
So many people expressed dissatisfaction. The meeting was held in the West Palace. Wang Jingwei proposed that Chiang Kai-shek be the chairman of the military committee. This suggestion puzzled everyone. If Chiang Kai-shek didn't resist Japan, why did he ask him to be the chairman of the Generalissimo?
其实是汪蒋二人勾结好了的。当时刘守忠先生说，蒋要当委员长，只有蒋自己来跪在大家面前发誓，从此以后以人民为主人，他做仆人，并说明要拼命地去抗日。
In fact, Wang and Jiang colluded. At that time, Mr. Liu Shouzhong said, Chiang wants to be the chairman of the committee. Only Chiang himself can kneel down in front of everyone and swear that from now on the people will be his master and he will be his servant, and he will declare that he will fight the Japanese with all his strength.
不如此，他不能当军事委员会的委员长。有一位姓王的问，为什么上海大战不出兵去援19路军？还未说完，刘志就起来吵闹得不成话。谁都明白刘志是蒋介石的羽翼，很久吵得没有结果。
Otherwise he cannot be the chairman of the military committee. A man named Wang asked, "Why didn't troops be sent to assist the 19th Route Army during the Shanghai War?" Before he finished speaking, Liu Ji got up and made a lot of noise. Everyone knew that Liu Ji was Chiang Kai-shek's wing. The argument lasted for a long time without any result.
汪精卫又另想办法为蒋运动。我说，蒋介石若真去抗日，我就推他为委员长，不然极不成功。就这样弄了几天，算是把蒋弄成军事委员会的委员长。到他说话，蒋还是不说抗日的事。
Wang Jingwei found another way to campaign for Chiang Kai-shek. I said, "If Chiang Kai-shek really goes to resist Japan, I will nominate him as chairman of the committee, otherwise it will not succeed." After a few days of doing this, I finally made Chiang the chairman of the military committee. Wang Jingwei found another way to campaign for Chiang Kai-shek. I said, "If Chiang Kai-shek really goes to resist Japan, I will nominate him as chairman of the committee, otherwise it will not succeed." After a few days of doing this, I finally made Chiang the chairman of the military committee. When he spoke, Chiang still did not talk about the resistance against Japan.
大家都说汪蒋一定另有阴谋。19路军孤军对敌不能持久，只有人民援助，可是没有好的军队增加是不成的。78师虽增加上一点，他们是有分寸的动作和打仗。
Everyone said that Wang Jiang must have another conspiracy. The 19th Route Army cannot fight against the enemy for a long time alone. It can only be supported by the people, but it cannot succeed without increasing the number of good troops. Although the 78th Division increased a little, they moved and fought in a measured manner.
不是同蔡将军他们一样，没有人不知道增加的77、78两师是蒋的嫡系军队。日本的军队天天在增加生力军，结果没有办法，19路军向后一退，蒋介石就派人和日本另订条约。
Not like General Kai and others. Everyone knows that the additional 77th and 78th Divisions are Chiang Kai-shek's direct armies. The Japanese army was adding new troops every day, but there was nothing they could do. As soon as the 19th Route Army retreated, Chiang Kai-shek sent someone to sign another treaty with Japan.
好多人都觉得这是辱国丧权、莫此为甚，很痛心的事。我们过开封的时候，刘志预备了酒席，请蒋介石、汪精卫、李济深和我，还有一个姓刘的到省政府吃午饭。预备的菜有黄河鲤鱼。
Many people feel that this is an insult to the country and a loss of power. It is very sad to do this. When we were passing through Kaifeng, Liu Ji prepared a banquet and invited Chiang Kai-shek, Wang Jingwei, Li Jishan and myself, as well as a man named Liu, to have lunch at the provincial government. The dishes prepared include yellow river carp.
刘说吃鲤鱼的方法有4种，有的是炸着、煎着、烹着，还有一个陈煮。又说开封的饭馆，客人要吃鱼的时候，堂倌拿活鱼进来给客人看，问可以不可以，若可以，堂倌就在地下一摔。
Liu said there are 4 ways to eat carp. Some are fried, pan-fried, cooked and one is boiled. It is also said that in a restaurant in Kaifeng, when a customer wants to eat fish, the waiter brings in a live fish to show to the guest and asks if it is okay. If it is okay, the waiter throws it on the ground.
把鱼摔死，拿到厨房去做，这是怕客人说鱼是死的，不是新鲜的活鱼。那位姓刘的一套一套说的很多，问我知道不知道。我说对不住，我虽然在河南当过督军、主席，好多年也没请过客。
I beat the fish to death and take it to the kitchen to cook, because I am afraid that the guests will think that the fish is dead and not fresh and alive. The man surnamed Liu talked a lot and asked me if I knew anything, I said, I'm sorry, although I was a governor and chairman in Hunan, I haven't invited guests for many years.
也没吃过鱼。那位刘先生冷笑着说：“先生又来了。”那位刘先生说话是有用意的。他在1928年北伐成功以后，他住在天津附近的廊坊。石敬瑭参谋长看他的军队，刘请时到他家里吃饭。
I haven't eaten fish either. Mr. Liu sneered and said, Here we go again, sir. That Mr. Liu spoke with purpose. In 1928, after the success of the Northern Expedition, he lived in Langfang near Tianjin. Chief of Staff Shi Jingting visited his army, and Liu invited Shi to his home for dinner.
刘问石敬瑭：“咱们的冯总司令有多少钱？”石敬瑭说：“冯没有钱，我没听说他有钱。”刘说：“可了不得，总司令连你都瞒过了，这个本事真大。他在美国存有多少万美金？”
Liu asked Shi Jingting, How much money does our commander-in-chief Feng have? Shi Jingting said, Feng has no money. I have never heard that he has money. Liu said, It's amazing, the commander-in-chief has even concealed this from you. He is so capable. He has tens of millions of dollars saved in the United States.
就在上1月就存了1700万美金到美国去。石问刘：“你听谁说的？”刘说：“我听南京、上海好几个银行的人说的。”后来石敬瑭回来对我报告这件事，我说：“明着是自己拿着许多报管。”
Just last month, I saved $17 million to go to the United States. Shi asked Liu, Who did you listen to? Liu said, I heard it from people in several banks in Nanjing and Shanghai. Later, when Shi Jingting came back and reported the incident to me, I said, It's obvious that he holds many newspapers.
按着是派许多人到各处去造谣言，这样可以自己互相纷争起来，还可以互相残害起来。这是人家的打算，也是人家的计谋。今天这位姓刘的和蒋汪坐在一起，也是特别的事。
Secretly, many people are sent everywhere to spread rumors, so that they can quarrel with each other and harm each other. Secretly, many people are sent everywhere to spread rumors, so that they can quarrel with each other and harm each other.
从开封开车向东去，我自己单挂了一列车。我想，蒋既不抗日，我上南京去做什么？我觉得泰山这个地方很好。到了徐州，我就一直的正北到泰山去了。第11章我在泰山时，我住在泰山。
Driving east from Kaifeng, I caught a train alone. I thought, if Chiang Kai-shek doesn't resist Japan, what am I going to do in Nanjing? I think Taishan is a very good place. When I arrived in Suzhou, I headed straight north to Mount Tai. Chapter 11 When I was in Mount Tai, I lived in Mount Tai.
不断的到泰山周围观察观察。泰山是全中国最有名的大山，真是宽厚博大。从山顶上流下来的水分成东西西溪，东西有王母池、小红门等古迹，西溪自扇子岩、万寿桥、百丈岩、黑龙潭。
Keep observing around Mount Tai. Mount Tai is the most famous mountain in China. It is really generous and broad-minded. The water flowing down from the top of the mountain is divided into east and west streams. Dongxi has historical sites such as Queen Mother Pond and Xiahongmen. Xixi has Fanxian, Wanshou Bridge, Byzantian, and Black Dragon Pond.
一路也有些古迹，东西有些柏树长得很好，西溪则大的树木很少。泰安城的大庙内古树很多，从山顶东岳大殿直到城内大庙，皆是道人住持。 半山腰中也有些庙是和尚当家的，看那光景。
There are also some ancient monuments along the way. Some cypress trees grow well in Dongxi, but there are few large trees in Sisi. There are many ancient trees in the big temple in Tai'an City. From the Dongyue Hall on the top of the mountain to the big temple in the city, all are Taoist abbots. There are also some temples on the mountainside that are headed by monks. Look at the scene.
泰山周围原来庙宇很多，近年以来都是破烂不堪了，有的庙的根基还有，有的只有半截墙的。我到泰山还不到1个星期，汪精卫叫宋子文给我汇来几万块钱，说是送给我零用的。
There used to be many temples around Mount Tai, but in recent years they have become dilapidated. Some temples still have their foundations, and some only have half of their walls. There used to be many temples around Mount Tai, but in recent years they have become dilapidated. Some temples still have their foundations, and some only have half of their walls. Less than a week after I arrived in Taishan, Wang Jingwei asked Song Ziwen to wire me tens of thousands of dollars, saying it was for my pocket money.
我马上叫原来的银行又汇回去，无功受禄，寝食不安，我谢了他。后来我知道蒋汪两人的意思，他们不抗日，想用钱收买我，用钱堵住我的嘴，也不许我抗日。没有好久，
I immediately asked the original bank to remit the money back. I received the salary for nothing and had trouble sleeping and eating. I thanked him. Later I learned what Chiang and Wang meant. They did not want to resist Japan, but wanted to buy me with money. They used money to silence me and would not allow me to resist Japan. It didn't take long.
我接到顾维钧的一个电报，说国联调查团李顿爵士要到泰山来看我。我复顾维钧的电报说，918的事是众人所知的事，又有何调查的必要？这是侮辱中国的事，我不见他。李顿到了南京。
I received a telegram from Gu Weijun, saying that the League of Nations investigation team, Sir Lytton, was coming to Mount Tai to visit me. I replied to Gu Weijun's telegram and said, the events of September 18th are known to everyone, so why is there any need to investigate? This is an insult to China. I won't see him. Lytton arrived in Nanjing.
招待他就好像仆人招待主人一样，同时令个草棚之平民把他们的住房都拆去，由此可见是多么恭维国联调查团了。李顿来到泰安，雇了200多顶轿子，到了泰山顶吃了野餐。
He entertained him like a servant entertains his master, and at the same time ordered the civilians in the huts to demolish their houses. This shows how much he complimented the League of Nations investigation team. Li Dun came to Tai'an, hired more than 200 sedan chairs, and went to the top of Tai'an Mountain to have a picnic.
下山来到了车站，李顿对顾维钧说他的手杖丢了，那手杖上有他妻子的像和宝石，非叫顾维钧给他找不可。顾就找县长周百黄，周就找2个轿夫头，这2个都是60、70岁的人。
After going down the mountain and arriving at the station, Li Dun told Gu Weijun that he had lost his cane. There was a portrait of his wife and gems on the cane, and he had to ask Gu Weijun to find it for him. After going down the mountain and arriving at the station, Li Dun told Gu Weijun that he had lost his cane. There was a portrait of his wife and gems on the cane, and he had to ask Gu Weijun to find it for him. Gu went to the county magistrate Zhou Baichuan, and Zhou went to find 2 bearers, both of whom were in their 60s or 70s.
当时问那些轿夫，都说没有看见，因此李顿就不开车，县长周百黄就急了，马上把2个轿夫头押起来，什么时候把手杖找着才放他们。顾维钧保证准给李顿找回来， 这才开了车。
When I asked the bearers at that time, they all said they had not seen it. Therefore, Li Dun stopped driving. The county magistrate, Zhou Baichuan, became anxious and immediately detained the two bearers. After looking for their canes, he released them. Gu Weijun promised to get it back to Li Dun, and then he drove off.
我听说把两个教夫头压起来了，太不公平。我把县长周百黄找来，问明白这件事情。我对周县长说，李顿他们坐轿之前是不是说明白了替他们看东西呢？抬轿子多少价钱？
I heard that the heads of the two bearers were imprisoned, which was too unfair. I called the county magistrate Zhou Baichuan to find out more about this matter. I asked the county magistrate Zhou, before Li Dun and the others got into the sedan chair, did they make it clear that they would look after things for them? How much does it cost to lift a sedan chair?
看东西又是多少价钱？若没有说清楚，李顿丢东西为什么找抬轿子的？坐轿子的是人，抬轿子的也是人。李顿的手杖交给哪一个人了？没有别的，请你马上把轿夫头放出来，不要压他们。
Look at the price of the thing. If you didn't explain it clearly, why did Leighton ask for a sedan bearer when he lost something? The person sitting in the sedan chair is a human being, and the person carrying the sedan chair is also a human being. To whom did Leighton give his cane? If nothing else, please release the bearers' heads immediately and don't hold them captive.
至于找东西的事，可以帮他找一找。周县长回去就把那两个轿夫头放出来了。过了2天，在泰山顶的一个干牛粪堆里找出来的。后来听说是日本人藏到那地方的。无论怎么样
As for finding something, you can help him look for it. County Magistrate Zhou released the two bearers' heads when he returned. 2 days later, I found it in a pile of dried cow dung on the top of Mount Tai. Later I heard that the Japanese hid in that place. No matter what.
不能不说是中国的文武官吏，大多数是怕外国人，那种怕的样子一点道理都不讲。常说的话，平时以礼相待，有事据理相争。外国人是人，中国人也是个人，你能说话，我也能说话。
It must be said that most of China's civil and military officials are afraid of foreigners, and their fear makes no sense at all. As the saying goes, treat each other politely in ordinary times, and argue with each other when there are reasons. Foreigners are human beings, and Chinese people are also individuals. If you can talk, I can also talk.
万不能以为是外国人说的就是对了。外国人很多是明白道理的，他看你就会说是事，他也不会看得起你。山东本来还算平静，忽然有乱子起来，那是因为张宗昌旧部刘某。
Don't think that what foreigners say is right. Many foreigners understand the truth. When they look at you, they will say yes, 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 and they will not think highly of you. Shandong was originally peaceful, but suddenly there was chaos. That's because Lu, Zhang Zongchang's old subordinate.
在南京讲的左右送礼、花钱种种运动下，愿归蒋直辖，不愿归山东省主席韩指挥。刘这一表示正中蒋的心意，并告知刘可以就地取饷。因此，韩刘大起冲突，炮火连天，枪林弹雨。
Under the influence of Chiang Kai-shek in Nanjing, giving gifts and spending money, he wanted to be under the direct control of Chiang Kai-shek, but was unwilling to be under the command of Shandong Provincial Chairman Han. Lu's expression suited Chiang's wishes, and he told Lu that he could collect wages on the spot. As a result, there was a big conflict between Han and Lu, with artillery fire and bullets raining down.
军人民众都死伤的很多， 无故被炮火打死的人民们，寡人之妻，孤人之子，谁都看着难过。若说那些军人死伤之后，更是无人闻问。因这一件事情，地方是全都糜烂了，死伤那么多的人。
There were many casualties among soldiers and civilians. The people who were killed by artillery fire for no reason, the wives of widows and the sons of orphans, everyone looked sad. As for those soldiers, no one even heard about them after they were killed or wounded. Because of this incident, the whole place was destroyed, and so many people were killed and injured.
枪炮子弹是国防的东西，也都自己消耗完了，只有日本人是十分的喜欢痛快。这场事情的发端，若说蒋介石主动，那才是一点也不假。我看山东不能住，就在这时候到察哈尔去了。
Guns and bullets are for national defense, and they are all consumed by themselves. Only the Japanese like to have fun. It would be true to say that Chiang Kai-shek took the initiative in the origin of this incident. I thought Shandong was untenable, so I went to Chahar at this time.
第12章察哈尔民众抗日同盟军时代。从918以后，中国民族开始有了被日本吞灭的危险，全中国的人民都忧虑、愤慨。东北人民义勇军到处在与日军作战。可是蒋介石
Chapter 12 The Era of the Chahar People's Anti-Japanese Allied Forces. After the September 18th incident, the Chinese nation began to be in danger of being engulfed by Japan. Chapter 12 The Era of the Chahar People's Anti-Japanese Allied Forces. After the September 18th incident, the Chinese nation began to be in danger of being engulfed by Japan. People all over China were worried and angry. The Northeast People's Volunteer Army fought with the Japanese army everywhere. Combat. But Chiang Kai-shek.
汪精卫所把持的南京政府只想和日本妥协，绝不抵抗。日本军阀就利用这种机会，一步一步地向关内侵入。128上海抗战被蒋介石破坏之后，不但日本不相信中国军队还敢抵抗。
The Nanjing government controlled by Wang Jingwei only wanted to compromise with Japan and would never resist. The Japanese warlords took advantage of this opportunity to invade the pass step by step. After the Shanghai anti-Japanese war was sabotaged by Chiang Kai-shek on January 28, not only did Japan not believe that the Chinese army dared to resist.
就是中国有些人也觉得哪还有人敢和日本作战呢？我这时候看到日本侵略察哈尔、热河、华北和蒋、汪和出卖国土的共同阴谋，更看到中国人民和大多数士兵军官的抗日的义愤。
Even some people in China feel that there is no one who dares to fight Japan. At this time, I saw the common conspiracy of Japan to invade Chahar, Jihol, and North China and the betrayal of the country by Chiang, Wang, and he. I also saw the indignation of the Chinese people and most of the soldiers and officers to resist Japan.
我决心在察哈尔组织民众抗日同盟军，号召全国军民抗日。1932年，日本人占了东三省后，像蚕食桑叶一样，一支兵来攻万里长城，在喜峰口一带和宋哲元打得很厉害。
I am determined to organize the popular anti-Japanese alliance in Chahar and call on the military and civilians across the country to resist Japan. In 1932, after the Japanese occupied the 3 eastern provinces, they attacked Songjiyuan with a force like a mulberry leaf. They fought hard against Songjiyuan in the Zaifengku area.
日本人吃了张自忠、赵登禹将军的大亏，日本的另一支兵就来攻热河。汤玉麟是热河主席，一听说日本人来了，就把他的金银财宝烟土装了几十辆卡车往北平跑， 地方和军队全都不问了。
The Japanese suffered heavy losses at the hands of Generals Zhang Zizhong and Zhao Dingyu. Another Japanese army came to attack Rihe. Tang Yulan was the chairman of Rihe. As soon as he heard that the Japanese were coming, he loaded his gold, silver, treasures and smoke into dozens of trucks and ran to Peiping. The local government and the army ignored them.
日本还有一支兵就攻察哈尔的东部。当此之时，能和日本打的军队如刘汝明、冯治安等的军队，蒋介石一点也不补充。不同日本打仗的军队一天退下100多里，蒋介石也不问他们的过失。
Japan still has a force to attack the eastern part of Chahar. At this time, Chiang Kai-shek did not add anything to the troops that could fight Japan, such as those of Lu Ruming, Feng Jian, etc. The troops that did not fight Japan retreated more than 100 miles a day, and Chiang Kai-shek did not ask them for their faults.
当时日本人骂中国的军队说：“你们的腿跑得那样快，使日本人报告胜利都没有法子报告。希望蒋介石这些军队退的时候稍微慢一点。”可见日本人是怎样轻视蒋介石的兵了。
At that time, the Japanese scolded the Chinese army and said, "Your legs are running so fast that the Japanese have no way to report victory." They hope that Chiang Kai-shek's troops will retreat a little slower. It can be seen how the Japanese despised Chiang Kai-shek's soldiers.
和梅协定就是何应钦和日本梅金定的条约。何应钦是代表蒋介石的。谁都知道，先是辽宁丢了，不问；后是东北3省全丢了，又不问；紧接着热河丢了，冀东丢了，察哈尔也丢了4县。
The Homei Agreement is the treaty signed by He Ing-chin and Yumizu of Japan. He Ing-chin represented Chiang Kai-shek. Everyone knows that first Liaoning was lost without asking, then all 3 northeastern provinces were lost without asking, then Rihe was lost, Jidong was lost, and 4 counties in Chahar were lost.
还是不派兵援助，还是不抵抗主义。蒋介石的嫡系队伍一个也不来，又定了丧权辱国的和梅协定，全国的人心，全国的舆论，没有不再痛骂无能的政府。我在察哈尔住着。
Still not sending troops to assist, still non-resistance. None of Chiang Kai-shek's direct troops came, and the Homei Agreement was concluded, which was humiliating the country. The hearts and minds of the country and public opinion all over the country were condemning the incompetent government. I live in Chahar.
各地来见我的民众代表很多，军队的代表也不少，都是希望领导收复失地。我计算，我若举起抗日的旗子来，顶少就有面万军队，就因为吃饭的钱没有，在那里张罗。忽然李新来看我。
Many people's representatives from all over the country came to see me, and there were also many representatives from the army. They all hoped that the leadership would regain the lost territory. Many people's representatives from all over the country came to see me, and there were also many representatives from the army. They all hoped that the leadership would regain the lost territory. I calculated that if I raised the anti-Japanese flag, I would have at least 200,000 troops, and they would be there just because there was no money for food. Suddenly Li Xian came to see me.
说他是由北平来的。本来李跟过我几十年，也当过宪兵司令的。他诚恳地对我说，日本的军队占领多伦、孤原、康保，距离张家口很近。说来到马上就可以来到，先生又没有守土之责。
He said he was from Peiping. Originally, Li had been with me for decades and had also served as a commander of the military police. He said to me sincerely, the Japanese army occupied Woluan, Guyuan, and Kongbao, which are very close to Zhangjiago. They said they would arrive as soon as possible, sir, it is not the responsibility of guarding the land.
为什么在这里住？太危险了。T 先生想，南京请您会议，你可以到南京去会议，不然就到上海去，或者仍回遇到河去。您一答应，马上预备火车送您走。又说这里不安全得很。我对李欣说
Why live here? It's too dangerous. I would like to ask you for a meeting in Nanjing. You can go to Nanjing for the meeting. Otherwise, go to Shanghai or go back to Yudohi. As soon as you agree, a train will be prepared to take you away. Then he said, It's very unsafe here. I said to Li Exan.
你不肯读书，你就不认识真理。你想从918以来，我每天都说收复失地，学我国耻。今天日本人进了，我就借着会议溜走了。这是多么聪明的办法！不替我想想，就是替你们想想。
If you are unwilling to read, you do not know the truth. Do you think that since September 18th, I have said every day, recover lost ground and avenge our national humiliation? Today, the Japanese are close, so I used the meeting to sneak away. What a smart way this is. If you don't think about me, I just think about you.
我这样走了，你们怎么见人呢？常说的话，君子爱人以德，小人爱人以姑息。李欣，你想一想，你这是爱我以德呢，还是爱我以姑息呢？我告诉你一句实话，我是下了决心要抗日的。
How can you see people when I leave like this? As the saying goes, a gentleman loves others with virtue, and a villain loves others with tolerance. Li Exan, think about it. Do you love me as a virtue? Or do you love me enough to tolerate it? Let me tell you the truth, I was determined to resist Japan.
我能动4万兵，就抗4万的；能动2万兵，就抗2万的。就说我一个兵弄不动，我一个人爬到房顶上，拿着2支手枪，打死一个日本兵，我就够本；打死2个就赚1个。谁叫你来的？你回去对他说
If I can mobilize 300,000 soldiers, I will fight against 300,000 soldiers. If I can mobilize 20,000 soldiers, I will fight against 20,000 soldiers. If I can't defeat 1 soldier, I will climb to the roof alone, hold 2 pistols, and kill one of them. I have enough skills as a Japanese soldier. If I kill 2, I will earn 1. Who asked you to come? You go back and say to him.
我姓冯的愿意死在日本人手里，不愿意做一个软骨头的亡国奴。当时李欣的脸变得像红布，还是老翰林王铁山先生劝着说，冯先生和李欣说的都对，李欣跟过你念多年。
My surname is Fong. I am willing to die in the hands of the Japanese, and I don't want to be a weak-minded slave who subjugates the country. At that time, Li Exan's face turned as red cloth. Mr. Wang Taizhan, an old Hanlon scholar, persuaded him and said, Mr. Fong and Li Exan are both right. Li Exan has been with. My surname is Fong. I am willing to die in the hands of the Japanese, and I don't want to be a weak-minded slave who subjugates the country. At that time, Li Exan's face turned as red cloth. Mr. Wang Taizhan, an old Hanlon scholar, persuaded him and said, Mr. Fong and Li Exan are both right. Li Exan has been with you for more than 20 years.
他对于你应当这样说，您是创造中华民国的，中国兴亡，您是有责任的，都说得对，都不要难过。这样李欣才走了的。朱子乔将军在北平，他成立了一个东北抗日军的后援会。
He should say this to you, you are the creator of the Republic of China, and you are responsible for the rise and fall of China. You are right, so don't feel sad. That's how he should say this to you. You are the creator of the Republic of China, and you are responsible for the rise and fall of China. You are right, so don't feel sad. That's how Li Xian left. General Zhu Ziqiao was in Peiping. He established a support association for the Northeast Anti-Japanese Army.
在上海各地募了些款子，专为帮助抗日的军队和人民。朱将军听见说，我这里都编制好了，就是没有吃饭的钱，举不起旗子，朱将军就会来10万现洋，并派洋务使来说明是送给我抗日用的。
Some money was raised from all over Shanghai, specifically to help the anti-Japanese army and people. General Zhu heard that I had organized everything here, but I didn't have enough money to eat and couldn't raise the flag. General Zhu remitted 100,000 cash and sent Yang Muqi to explain that it was for me to fight against Japan.
就在那天，吉鸿昌来见我，一见面就跪在地下哭起来。我拉着吉的手，叫他站起来，不要哭，有话可以说。吉鸿昌说：“我实在没有脸面见先生，你交给我几十万军队都被蒋介石收买了。”
On that day, Ji Hongchang came to see me. As soon as he met, he knelt on the ground and started crying. I took Ji's hand and told him to stand up and stop crying. He could say something. Ji Hongchang said, I really don't have the face to meet. On that day, Ji Hongchang came to see me. As soon as he met, he knelt on the ground and started crying. I took Ji's hand and told him to stand up and stop crying. He could say something. Ji Hongchang said, I really don't have the face to meet you, sir. You gave me hundreds of thousands of troops, but they were all bribed by Chiang Kai-shek.
你交给我的军队全弄光了，我还有什么脸面见你呀？当时吉鸿昌愈哭愈痛，我对吉鸿昌说：“这话快不要说了。自1913年你来跟我当兵，那时候只共有1500人，后来发展到100万兵。”
If all the troops you gave me are gone, how can I have the face to see you? At that time, Ji Hongchang cried more and more painfully. I said to Ji Hongchang, don't say this anymore. Since you came to join me as a soldier in 1913, there were only 1,500 people in total at that time. Later, it developed to 1 million soldiers. If all the troops you gave me are gone, how can I have the face to see you? At that time, Ji Hongchang cried more and more painfully. I said to Ji Hongchang, don't say this anymore. Since you came to join me as a soldier in 1913, there were only 1,500 people in total at that time. Later, it developed to 1 million soldiers.
这不都是你们弄来的吗？你们弄光了，不是应该的吗？有什么难过？吉鸿昌说：“我这次来见先生，就是以死报效国家，以死报效先生。我愿意死在日本人手里。”我对吉鸿昌说：“这已经够了。”
Isn't this all done by you? You've done it all, isn't that what you should be doing? What's wrong with that? Ji Hongchang said, I came to see you this time to serve the country with my death, and to serve my husband with my death. I am willing to die in the hands of the Japanese. I said to Ji Hongchang, this is enough.
不必再说了。我马上任命吉鸿昌为前敌总指挥，那是1932年5月6日，我就是当天通电救了察哈尔民族抗日同盟军总司令职的。辽宁、吉林、黑龙江、热河这4省退下来的军队。
No need to say any more. I immediately appointed Ji Hongchang as the commander-in-chief of the former enemy. It was May 26, 1932. I received the call on the same day and took the post of commander-in-chief of the Chahar National Anti-Japanese Allied Army. Liao Ning, the troops who retreated from the 4 provinces of Jilin, Heilongjiang, and Rihe.
和察哈尔、山西各地的军队凑在一起，有念多万，先编制了10万军队，前敌总司令是方振武，总指挥是吉鸿昌，2个人带着就出发了。我只训练了3天，我自己扛着枪教他们站跪。
Together with the troops from Chahar and Shaanxi, there were more than 200,000 troops. We first organized an army of 100,000. The former enemy commander-in-chief was Fang Zhenwu, and the commander-in-chief was Ji Hongchang. The 2 of them took it and set off. I only trained for 3 days. I carried the gun myself and taught them to stand, kneel.
卧射等的法子，最主要的是向官兵说明白，人民是我们的父母、兄弟、姐妹，谁若欺负人民，就是欺负了自己的父母、兄弟、姐妹一样。他们带着那些军队，步兵、骑兵、炮兵全有。
The most important method of lying down and shooting is to explain clearly to the officers and soldiers, the people are our parents, brothers, and sisters. Anyone who bullies the people is bullying his own parents, brothers, and sisters. They brought those troops with them, including infantry, cavalry, and artillery.
离开张家口，向孤原前进。到了每个村庄上，军队都不入民宅。那些老百姓看见军队的纪律很好，听他们的声音，东北人居多，还有些是认识的，就问他们：你们半月前从这里过，打人、骂人。
Leave Zhangjiago and head towards Guyuan. When they arrived in every village, the troops did not enter civilian houses. When the common people saw that the discipline of the army was very good and heard their voices, most of them were from the northeast, and some of them knew each other. They asked them, "You passed here half a month ago, beating and swearing at people."
不讲道理，现在从这里过，这样守规矩，也不进民房，是什么缘故呀？那些官兵们说：“我们现在是老冯带的军队了。老冯教训我们说，老百姓是我们的父母，我们的兄弟姐妹。”
It's unreasonable. Now I'm passing through here. I abide by the rules and don't enter private houses. What's the reason? The officers and soldiers said, "We are now the army led by Old Fong. Old Fong taught us, the common people are our parents, our brothers and sisters.
我们应当保护老百姓，应当敬重老百姓，我们能够这样，一定能打胜仗的。那些人民听了很高兴，也觉得很稀奇。吉鸿昌带着军队，先打下孤原，后又打下康保和宝昌。
We should protect the people and respect the people. If we can do this, we will definitely win the war. The people were very happy to hear this and felt very strange. Ji Hongchang led the army and captured Guyuan first, and then Kongbao and Baochang.
最后打多伦时费了很大的力，冲锋的时候连死伤约有2000多人，4个团长受重伤，结果把日本鬼子赶出多伦，追击了50-60里。因为这一仗震动了全国，也震动了全世界。
In the end, it took a lot of effort to defeat Dwoluan. During the charge, more than 2,000 people were killed or injured, and 4 regiment leaders were seriously injured. As a result, the Japanese were driven out of Dwoluan and pursued for 50 or 60 miles. Because this battle shocked the whole country and the whole world.
多伦在世界地图上都是很显明的，也就因为这样，蒋介石在庐山的古岭发表谈话说，多伦没有日本人，哪里打仗呢？既没有打仗，怎么会有伤亡的人呢？
Dwoluan is very obvious on the world map. Because of this, Chiang Kai-shek gave a speech at Guling in Lushan Mountain and said, "If there are no Japanese in Dwoluan, where will the war be?" If there is no war, how can there be casualties?
这是冯某被共产党包围在那里造谣言。汪精卫在南京，何应钦在北平都发表谈话说，和梅塘沽协定刚成功，察哈尔的共产党就又闹出这样的事来。我把伤兵由多伦运回来。
This is where Feng was surrounded by the Communist Party and started rumors. Wang Jingwei in Nanjing and He Yingqin in Peiping both made speeches saying, just after the success of the Hometangu Agreement, the Communist Party of Chahar caused such a thing again. I brought the wounded soldiers back from Dolan.
由张家口坐火车到北平协和医院，有1000多伤兵，另外又运到天津去找医院。蒋的官吏不来帮忙，民众都起来帮助一切，各报上都照的有相片，蒋、汪、何造的谣言都证实了，是他们骗人。
Taking the train from Zhangjiago to Peking Union Medical College Hospital, more than 1,000 wounded soldiers were transported to Tianjin to find a hospital. Chiang's officials did not come to help, but the people rose up to help. There were photos in various newspapers. The rumors created by Chiang, Wang, and he were all confirmed. They were deceiving people.
当时南京、北平、上海，蒋介石的走狗们都嚷着说察哈尔赤化了。章太炎先生在苏州发表谈话说，只要能收复失地，打出日本鬼子去，我们愿意赤化。
At that time, Chiang Kai-shek's lackeys in Nanjing, Peiping, and Shanghai were all shouting, Chahar has become red. Mr. Zhang Taiyan gave a speech in Suzhou and said, as long as we can regain the lost ground and defeat the Japanese devils, we are willing to become red.
我们民众愿意拥护冯玉祥先生们的这样赤化。有一天，在上海有300-400人欢迎马占山将军，94岁的马相伯马老先生斟满了一杯酒，站起来说
We, the people, are willing to support Mr. Feng Yuxiang's radicalization. One day there were 300 to 400 people in Shanghai to welcome General Ma Zhanshan. The 94-year-old Mr. Ma Xianghua filled a glass of wine and stood up and said,
这第一杯是恭贺冯玉祥将军收复察东4县，并且盼望他更多收复失地。第二杯酒才是欢迎马占山将军。广西省里，白、黄3位先生回应我的抗日，通电汇来10万大洋是作为抗日军费的。
The first glass of wine is to congratulate General Feng Yuxiang on his recovery of the 4 counties of Chadong, and hope that he will regain more lost territory. The second glass of wine is to welcome General Ma Zhanshan. 3 gentlemen Li, Bai, and Huang from Guangxi province responded to my call for anti-Japanese war and wired me 100,000 yuan as anti-Japanese military expenses.
谁都知道广西的军队是最困难的，他们能够这样的慷慨好意，就是表现了他们的真正爱国心。全国几十省而论，只有广西一个省有表现，那是什么缘故？因为蒋介石的压力太大。
Everyone knows that the army in Guangxi is the most difficult. Their ability to be so generous and kind shows their true patriotism. Among dozens of provinces across the country, only one province, Guangxi, has performed well. Why? Because Chiang Kai-shek was under too much pressure.
各省官民心里虽愿意援助，但不敢表现出来。这时候，蒋介石、何应钦所做的工作，就是如何镇压人民的抗日运动，尤其要破坏我的抗日军。他们从南方调了关林征、刘兴、刘戡几个师到北方。
Although officials and people in various provinces are willing to help in their hearts, they dare not show it. At this time, what Chiang Kai-shek and He Yingqin were doing was to suppress the people's anti-Japanese movement, especially to destroy our anti-Japanese army. They transferred several divisions including Guan Linzheng, Lu Xing and Lu Qian from the south to the north.
预备和日本人配合进攻我，并设法叫宋哲元回到察哈尔来阻挠我的抗日。蒋介石找了冯钦哉，叫冯来打我。冯钦哉说，冯玉祥总司令是抗日的，我不能打他，我又是他的旧部。
Prepare to cooperate with the Japanese to attack me, and try to get Song Zhiyuan to return to Chahar to thwart my resistance to Japan. Chiang Kai-shek went to Feng Qinzai and asked Feng to fight me. Feng Qinzai said, Commander-in-Chief Feng Yuxiang is anti-Japanese, I can't fight him, and I am his old subordinate.
我更不应当打他。蒋介石又找了庞炳勋，暗中许了庞炳勋为察哈尔主席。庞炳勋很高兴，就要带着兵去打仗。庞的旅长陈耀荣领了全军的官长到庞面前说，要打冯先生，我们不去。
I shouldn't hit him. Chiang Kai-shek approached Pang Bingxuan again and secretly appointed Pang Bingxuan as chairman of Chahar. Pang Bingxuan was very happy and wanted to lead his troops to fight. I shouldn't hit him. Chiang Kai-shek approached Pang Bingxuan again and secretly appointed Pang Bingxuan as chairman of Chahar. Pang Bingxuan was very happy and wanted to lead his troops to fight. Pang's brigade commander Chen Yarong led all the army officers to Pang and said, We want to fight Feng Bingxuan. Sir, we are not going.
冯先生是领导抗日的，你要打，你自己去。庞炳勋把陈旅长打了2个耳光。庞说，我没有说打冯先生。说着就哭起来，躺在地上打滚。当时我就提出，若是宋哲元回到察哈尔来，我就回泰山去。
Mr. Feng is the leader of the anti-Japanese war. If you want to fight, go do it yourself. Pang Bingxuan slapped Brigadier Chen twice. Pang said, I didn't say slap Mr. Feng. As he spoke, he started crying and rolled on the ground. At that time, I proposed that if Song Zhiyuan came back to Chahar, would go back to Mount Tai.
到8月底，宋哲元回来了，我就又回泰山。回泰山以前，我在张园新村筑了一个纪念塔，把抗日同盟军阵亡官兵的名字都刻在石头上。塔上有5尺长的木头尖，歪着指向东北。
When Song Zhiyuan came back at the end of August, I went back to Mount Tai. Before returning to Taishan, I built a memorial tower in Zhangyuan New Village and carved the names of the fallen officers and soldiers of the anti-Japanese Allied forces on the stone. There was a 5-foot-long wooden tip on the tower, pointing crookedly toward the northeast.
那是说不要忘了收复东北失地的意思。蒋介石以为谁都可以帮助他来杀人，其实是不然的。人家有学问有知识的人都愿意救人民，不愿杀人民。我知道的有一朋友姓刘，英文很好。
That means don't forget to recover the lost territory in the northeast. Chiang Kai-shek thought that anyone could help him kill people. In fact, this is not the case. People who are knowledgeable are willing to save people and are unwilling to kill them. I know a friend whose surname is Liu and whose English is very good.
又从德国留学回来，蒋把他找到剿匪总司令部去当机要秘书，帮他来做杀害中国同胞的事。这位刘先生在国内国外，大家都道他是一位前进分子，这一次跑到蒋介石那里去。
After returning from studying in Germany, Chiang brought him to the bandit suppression headquarters as a confidential secretary to help him kill Chinese compatriots. This Mr. Liu, everyone at home and abroad knows him as a progressive element, and this time he went to Chiang Kai-shek.
就有些不明白内容的朋友们对刘先生冷讥热讽，骂得不亦乐乎。后来忽然被通缉了，那是刘先生把总司令的剿匪计划偷出来， 交给人民一方面的人们不多几天。
Some friends who did not understand the content were very happy to ridicule Mr. Liu. Then suddenly he was wanted. That was when Mr. Liu stole the commander-in-chief's bandit suppression plan and handed it over to people on the people's side within a few days.
被蒋介石的特务把刘先生偷出来的计划和地图在某一个外国人的手里查出来，不久就知道是刘先生偷的，蒋下手令拿办这位刘先生。电令到的前2点钟，刘先生得到消息。
The plans and maps stolen by Mr. Liu by Chiang Kai-shek's agents were found in the hands of a foreigner. Soon, it was discovered that Mr. Liu had stolen it, and Jiang issued an order to arrest Mr. Liu. 2 o'clock before the telegram arrived, Mr. Liu got the news.
先就从汉口跑了，他跑到西安，不多2天就追到西安，跑到太原就追到太原，跑到北平、济南都是在后面跟着追。刘先生在济南有位朋友姓姜，是个医生，起初住在他家里。
I ran away from Hankow first. He ran to Xi'an and caught up to Xi'an within 2 days. When he ran to Taiyuan, he caught up with him. When he ran to Peiping and Jinan, he was always chasing after him. Mr. Liu had a friend named Jiang in Jinan who was a doctor and lived in his house at first.
不到几天，特务又知道了，这位姜先生没有办法到泰山来找我。他把刘先生的情形都对我说了。我说很好，只要他愿意来，就请他住泰山，并且教我英文。刘先生到泰山没到1个月。
Within a few days, the secret agents found out that Mr. Jiang had no choice but to come to Mount Tai to find me. He told me everything about Mr. Liu, and I said, very good. As long as he is willing to come, let him live in Taishan and teach me English. Mr. Liu has been in Taishan for less than a month.
姜先生被捕了。问他说，刘先生上哪里去了？起初姜先生还好，他不肯说出来。后来姜先生的母亲为了心痛他的儿子，就劝姜先生说，你说了吧，为什么自己受罪呢？
Mr. Jiang was arrested. I asked him where Mr. Liu had gone. At first, Mr. Jiang was okay, but he refused to tell him. Later, Mr. Jiang's mother, out of grief for her son, persuaded Mr. Jiang and said, just tell me. Why do you suffer? Woolen cloth?
姜先生就把刘先生住在泰山我那里的经过都说了。特务马上来了300-400，把泰山周围围了。还算好，泰山的县长叫周百黄，和住在泰安县的一位团长是跟过我的，对那些特务头子说。
Mr. Jiang told me everything about Mr. Liu's stay at my place in Taishan. 300 or 400 spies came immediately and surrounded Taishan. Fortunately, the county magistrate of Taishan is named Zhou Baichuan, and a regiment leader who lives in Tai'an County has followed me and said to the spy leaders,
你们不能上山去，你们要上山，冯先生那里有手枪队，他会开枪打你们。若真打起来，我这一团人一定帮着冯先生的手枪队来打你们。这样，这些特务就把泰山周围的路都把住，他们不上山。
You can't go up the mountain. You have to go up the mountain. Mr. Fong has a pistol team there and he will shoot you. If there really is a fight, my group will definitely help Mr. Feng's pistol team to fight you. In this way, these agents will block the roads around Mount Tai and prevent them from going up the mountain.
周县长把这些事都告诉我，并且知道刘先生的夫人和孩子在无锡和镇江也遇见了很大的危险。我替刘先生想，特务们虽没有把他捉住，也应当有个办法。这一天晚上是很好的月亮。
County Magistrate Zhou told me all these things and knew that Mr. Liu's wife and children also encountered great danger in Wuxi and Zhenjiang. I thought for Mr. Liu that even though the spies didn't catch him, they should have found a way. It was a very good moon that night.
我叫一位姓李的和姓冯的，领着刘先生从泰山顶上到了距泰安城90里的一个村庄，我的好朋友梁先生家里去住。都以为这可好了，这些特务们可找不着了。那晓得，只1个星期。
I asked a man named Li and a man named Feng to lead Mr. Liu from the top of Mount Tai to a village 90 miles away from Tai'an City to stay at the home of my good friend Mr. Liang. Everyone thought this was great, but these spies could not be found. You know, it's only a week.
梁先生来找我，说不成乡间的情形，一个村子里几百户人家，几百年都住在一起。谁家来个人，很容易知道。有一家人看见刘先生和他的夫人来了，便逢人便说，梁先生家里来了2个蛮子。
Mr. Liang came to see me, but he couldn't tell. In the countryside, hundreds of families have lived together in a village for hundreds of years. It is easy to know who is coming from each family. When a family saw Mr. Liu and his wife coming, they told everyone that there were 2 barbarians in Mr. Liang's house.
快去看吧，每天都是挤不动的人，都到家里去看蛮子，这样恐不到2星期，泰安城里都知道了。由此可知，乡村里不能住。我说，刘先生什么意思？梁先生说，刘愿到日本去。我说，很好。
Go and see it. Every day there are too many people to come to the house to see the barbarian. In less than 2 weeks, everyone in Tai'an City will know about it. From this, we know that we cannot live in the countryside. I said, what do you mean, Mr. Liu? Mr. Liang said that Liu would like to go to Japan. I said, very good.
就派李连海送刘先生他们一家夜间走，白天住，到了潍县，由潍县上汽车到烟台，由烟台到日本。现在刘先生做什么工作？大概大家都知道，他的是一位光明正大的革命党。
He sent Li Lianhai to take Mr. Liu and his family away at night and stay during the day. They arrived in Wei County, where they boarded a bus to Yantai, and from Yantai to Japan. Whatever Mr. Liu does now, probably everyone knows that he is an upright revolutionary.
我知道他永远和人民站在一起的，永远和劳苦大众站在一起的。他不愿升官发财，不愿帮着屠夫杀人，这不是很可佩服的人吗？第13章和美协定以后，这时候蒋介石每天都说
I know that he will always stand with the people and the working people. He is not willing to get promoted and get rich, or to help butchers kill people. Isn't this a very admirable person? Chapter 13 After the Homei Agreement, at this time, Chiang Kai-shek said every day.
攘外必先安内，抗日必先剿共，革命的敌人不是日本，乃是中国共产党。东北4省失掉了，蒋介石说他不负责任。汪精卫在南京中央党部说，诸葛亮要出兵中原，必先平定南蛮。
To resist foreign aggression, one must first pacify the domestic situation, and to resist Japan, one must first suppress the Communist Party. The enemy of the revolution is not Japan, but the Communist Party of China. The 4 northeastern provinces were lost. Chiang Kai-shek said that he was irresponsible. Wang Jingwei said at the Central Party headquarters in Nanjing, if Zhuge Liang wants to send troops to the Central Plains, he must first pacify the southern barbarians.
这也就是抗日必先剿共的意思。何应钦在北平取消河北省境内一切救国军、义勇军等名目，不遵命令的就要逮捕。 在北平方面，何应钦派出很多特务，在学校里，在社会各阶层里都去活动。
This also means that the anti-Japanese war must first suppress the Communist Party. He Ingqin abolished all names such as the National Salvation Army Volunteer Army in Hebei Province in Peiping, and those who did not comply with the order would be arrested. In Peiping, He Ingqin sent many spies to operate in schools and at all levels of society. This also means that the anti-Japanese war must first suppress the Communist Party. He Ingqin abolished all names such as the National Salvation Army Volunteer Army in Hebei Province in Peiping, and those who did not comply with the order would be arrested. In Peiping, He Ingqin sent many spies to operate in schools and at all levels of society.
听见谁说抗日，就写上黑名单；听见谁说救国，就把他抓起来。就这样把一般有良心、有血性的青年人逼得走投无路。最阴险的，抓人的时候，他不说某人是抗日，某人是救国。
If you hear anyone talking about resisting Japan, put him on the blacklist. If you hear anyone talking about saving the country, arrest him. In this way, ordinary young people with conscience and blood are forced into desperation. The most insidious thing is that when arresting people, he does not say that someone is fighting against Japan or someone is saving the country.
他是给他一顶红帽子戴，和用的那种方法和手段，同张作霖、吴佩孚杀青年的办法完全一样，并且他用的那班人，也还是张作霖和吴佩孚用过的那班人，旧的还都存在着，又加上些新的。
He gave him a red hat to wear, but he used the same methods that Zhang Zuolin and Wu Peifu used to kill young people. And the people he used were the same people Zhang Zuolin and Wu Peifu had used. The old ones still existed, and some new ones were added.
报一个告，给多少奖金？不报告当然没有奖金，因为这样那些人都乱报，一个连一个，弄得北平附近日日都有失踪的人，日日都有活埋的，有几个干警，死尸都是堆得满满的。
If you report a report, you will get a certain amount of bonus. If you don't report it, there will be no bonus. Because of this, those people will report randomly. One after another, people disappeared every day near Peiping, and people were buried alive every day. There were several dry wells full of dead bodies.
几个特务在大卡车上，就在大街上，也到处都乱抓人，弄得一般人都不知道这是什么黑暗世界。蒋介石的侄子叫蒋孝先，是宪兵第3团团长，在北平和天津，每天都是30、50地抓人。
A few spies were in big trucks and arresting people everywhere on the street, making it so that most people didn't know what kind of dark world this was. Chiang Kai-shek's nephew, Jiang Shaoxian, was the commander of the 3rd Military Police Regiment. In Peiping and Tianjin, he arrested 30 or 50 people every day.
他听见谁说哪一个是在东北抗日的，就抓起来了。他听见谁说哪一个是在察哈尔抗日的，马上就抓起来了。被他活埋的，被他抛到永定河里的，每天都有。就在这个时候，天津海河里。
When he heard someone say that someone was fighting against the Japanese in the northeast, he arrested him. When he heard someone said that someone was fighting against the Japanese in Chahar, he immediately arrested him. When he heard someone say that someone was fighting against the Japanese in the northeast, he arrested him. When he heard someone said that someone was fighting against the Japanese in Chahar, he immediately arrested him. People were buried alive by him and thrown into the Yongding River every day. At this time, in Haihali, Tianjin,
先是发现了200-300个死尸，接着发现了2-3千个死尸，那都是替日本人做秘密工程的工人。工程做完了，日本人怕这些工人泄露秘密，他们就把这些工人 3个一捆6个一捆掷到海河里。
First, 200 to 300 dead bodies were found, and then 2,000 to 3,000 dead bodies were found. They were all workers doing secret projects for the Japanese. After the project was completed, the Japanese were afraid that these workers would leak the secret, so they took these workers. 3 bundles of 6 were thrown into the Haiha River.
这件事各个报纸都登的有，蒋介石同何应钦当然也知道这件事，但是他们装聋作哑，一句话也不说。就在这个时候，更痛心的一件事就是蒋和指派的人在上海控告朱子乔先生。
This matter was published in various newspapers. Of course, Chiang Kai-shek and He Ying-chin knew about it, but they pretended to be deaf and mute and did not say a word. At this time, an even more distressing thing was that people appointed by Chiang Kai-shek and he accused Mr. Zhu Ziqiao in Shanghai.
说他的财政不清，要叫朱将军宣布他经手的款项是怎么用的。实在内容是怎么回事呢？就是因为朱子乔将军帮助抗日的，因为帮助抗日就变成蒋介石的仇敌了。我在察哈尔。
He said that his finances were unclear and asked General Zhu to announce how the money he handled was used. What is the actual content? It was because General Zhu Ziqiao helped the anti-Japanese war. Because he helped resist Japan, he became Chiang Kai-shek's enemy. I'm in Chahar.
举起抗日同盟军的一旗，谁都知道朱子乔给过我10万现洋。蒋和对于这件事痛恨到了万分。他们怎么办呢？只可用指出人来去控告朱子乔将军，这不是暗无天日是什么？在这个时期里
Raising the flag of righteousness of the anti-Japanese Allied forces, everyone knew that Zhu Ziqiao gave me 100,000 cash, and Jiang He hated this matter extremely. What can they do? They can only point out people to accuse General Zhu Ziqiao. What is this if not darkness? During this period,
蒋和2个人做的工作，一个是重用殷汝耕这一类人，因为他是汉奸，他要恭维他，联络他；第二个是同王一堂、王克敏这一班人密切的联络。
The work done by Jiang and he was, first, to reuse people like Yin Rugging, because he was a traitor, and he wanted to compliment him and contact him. Second, to keep in close contact with ordinary people like Wang Yitang and Wang Keeman.
第3个就是到处秘密地抓抗日的人和救国的人。第4个就是到处散布，若抗日就是3日亡国论。这是当时实在情形。第14章福建抗日人民政府时代，我回到泰山，写了一本书。
The third is to secretly catch people who are resisting Japan and those who want to save the country everywhere. The fourth is to spread it everywhere. If they resist Japan, it will be the 3-day theory of national subjugation. This was the actual situation at that time. Chapter 14, The Era of the Fujian Anti-Japanese People's Government. I returned to Mount Tai and wrote a book.
名字叫《反国联调查团》，又一本叫《察哈尔抗日实录》，还有一本是《胶东游记》。除工作以外，又请了几位大学教授给我讲书。陈抱隐先生讲哲学、政治学、经济学。
The name is Anti-National League Investigation Team. Another one is called Records of Chahar's Anti-Japanese War, and another one is Jiaodong Travel Notes. In addition to work, I also invited several university professors to give lectures to me. Mr. Chen Baoyin lectured on philosophy, politics, and economics.
李达先生讲列宁哲学，还有讲天文、历史、地理、心理、生物、物理、化学和中国文学。有的一连讲3个月，也有的讲2个月。午前讲3个钟头，午后讲2个钟头。 在泰山这2-3年读书读得很有意思。
Mr. Lida talks about Lenin's philosophy, astronomy, history, geography, psychology, biology, physics, chemistry, and Chinese literature. Some lectured for 3 months in a row, while others lectured for 2 months. There are 3 hours of lectures before noon and 2 hours of lectures in the afternoon. It was very interesting to study in Taishan for 2 or 3 years.
真是先贤说的学然后知不足。有一位泰安人范明书先生，当时有70岁左右，他在济南图书馆里负责任。每天他有2000多字的日记，骂蒋介石不抗日，是个卖国贼等等的话。
It is true what the sages said, after learning, you will not know enough. There was a Taiyan man, Mr. Fan Mingshu, who was about 70 years old at the time. He was responsible in the Jinan library. Every day he wrote more than 2,000 words in his diary, scolding Chiang Kai-shek for not resisting Japan, calling him a traitor, etc.
特务看见范先生的日记，马上就捕了范先生同他的学生工人约92人，并把范先生上了木钩子、手铐、脚镣，硬说这一批人都是共产党。我听到说，就给山东主席韩复榘打电话说
When the spies saw Mr. Fan's diary, they immediately arrested Mr. Fan and about 92 of his students and workers. They put Mr. Fan on wooden dogs, handcuffs, and shackles, insisting that these people were all communists. When I heard about it, I called Shandong Chairman Han Fujio.
山东省70多岁的人都加入了共产党，这真是血口喷人！你快把范先生放出来！范先生在狱中有1个星期，回到泰安，我请范先生给我讲《春秋左传》，他从头到尾给我讲了一遍。
People over 70 years old in Shandong province have joined the Communist Party. This is really a mouthful. Please release Mr. Fan quickly. Mr. Fan was in prison for a week. When he returned to Taiyan, I asked Mr. Fan to tell me the spring and autumn annals, and he told me it from beginning to end.
用了4-5个月的功夫，我就写了一部《读春秋左传札记》。那部书里有很多新发明、新学说，都是与新的科学有联系的。范先生虽然有70岁左右，可是他的思想很进步。
It took me 4 or 5 months to write notes on reading the Chuanqiuzhuazhuan. There were many new inventions and new theories in that book, all of which were related to new science. Although Mr. Fan is about 70 years old, his thinking is very progressive.
而且喜欢帮助青年，因此我请范先生帮我在泰山成立了15个小学，差不多有2000人左右。那些孩子们在1933年都是12、13岁，到77抗战时，已有不少是17、18了。
And I like to help young people, so I asked Mr. Fan to help me establish 15 primary schools in Taishan, with about 2,000 students. Those children were all 12 or 13 years old in 1933. By the time of the July 7th anti-Japanese war, many were already 17 or 18 years old.
有些人到陕北去学习。范先生后来组织了游击队对日本抗战，也打死不少日本人。有好多学生们、青年们参加了范先生的游击队。1933年11月念日，福建成立了人民政府。
Some people go to northern Shaanxi to study. Mr. Fan later organized a guerrilla group to fight against Japan and killed many Japanese. Many students and young people joined Mr. Fan's guerrilla group. The People's Government was established in Fujian on November 20, 1933.
那是为抗战发动的一个联结政府。也因为蒋介石的特务在天津国民饭店暗杀吉鸿昌受伤未死，蒋介石又与帝国主义商议好，
It was a clean government launched for the war of resistance. Also because Chiang Kai-shek's agents assassinated Ji Hongchang at the Tianjin National Hotel and was injured but not dead, Chiang Kai-shek negotiated with the imperialists.
从天津法租界医院逮捕了吉鸿昌，并借到北平宪兵司令部严刑拷打。本年11月4日，蒋介石下令枪决了吉鸿昌。蒋介石对于福建的抗日人民政府，一方面叫陈仪和日本人订了协定。
Ji Hongchang was arrested from the Tianjin French Concession Hospital and taken to the Peking Military Police Headquarters for severe torture. On November 24th this year, Chiang Kai-shek ordered Ji Hongchang to be shot. Chiang Kai-shek asked Chen Yi to make an agreement with the Japanese against the anti-Japanese People's Government in Fujian.
那卖国协定上海大美晚报登过的，一方面派中国海军封锁中国海口，蒋介石又派了空军大队残酷地轰炸福州，当时死的人民很多。李济深、陈明书、蔡廷锴诸位将军都是为了收复失地。
The traitorous agreement was published in Shanghai Damei Evening News. On the one hand, the Chinese Navy was sent to block the seaport of China, and Chiang Kai-shek sent an Air Force brigade to brutally bomb Fuzhou. Many people died at that time. Generals Li Jishan, Chen Mingshu, and Kai Tingkai were all trying to regain lost territory.
蒋介石又说，中国没有一点准备，没有一点国防，不仅是我们临时添置武器来不及，就是现在大家同心一致，在这一方面努力30年还是不够。到那时候说，我们想靠物质的力量战胜日本。
Chiang Kai-shek added, China has no preparations and no national defense. Not only is it too late for us to temporarily purchase weapons, but even if everyone has been working together in this area for 30 years, it is still not enough. By then, we want to rely on material power to defeat the enemy. Japan.
那还是等于做梦。何况日本人绝不许我们有一个机会准备国防，就是日本尽量让我们来准备国防，我们的人力、财力哪能赶得上呢？这些话是不是恐日病？大家一看就明白了。
That's still a dream. What's more, the Japanese will never allow us a chance to prepare for national defense. Even if Japan tries its best to let us prepare for national defense, how can our human and financial resources keep up? Are these words a sign of heliophobia? Everyone will understand at a glance.
第15章曰：我到南京开会。1935年9月，蒋介石有电报约我到南京去开会。他的电报是这样：泰安探交冯委员换章吴兄军舰，密。彼来尊体如何？遥为康吉为宋。
Chapter 15. Invite me to Nanjing for a meeting. In September 1935, Chiang Kai-shek sent a telegram inviting me to Nanjing for a meeting. His telegram was as follows: Commissioner Feng Huanzhang, member of Taiyan Detective Agency, my brother Junjian, secret. How is your body in recent years? I would like to express my praise to Kangji from afar.
中央第6次全体会议举行在即，党国要继军代商讨，甚盼大家早日会立首都，共商一切。谨电速驾，不胜导起。地中正扣号是密东。我复电如下：即南京军委会蒋委员长届时无地军舰，密。
The 6th plenary session of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China is about to be held, and all important plans of the party and state need to be discussed. I really hope that the President will come to the capital as soon as possible to discuss everything. Please drive as fast as possible and pray for you. My younger brother Zhongzheng knocks how and serves me dong. My reply was as follows: urgent. Chairman Chiang Kai-shek of the Nanjing Military Commission, Jishi's younger brother Junjian, secret.
好殿奉息，年来吾弟席不暇暖，为国贤劳，至深敬佩。此次西蜀归来，承念极山中人，持殿垂问，义重情荫，尤深感激。国事至此，惨过于印度，耻甚于高丽，如不及谋补救，来日大难，实有不忍言及者。
How Dian is informed. Over the years, my brother has not had time to warm the table, and he has served the country virtuously, and I deeply admire him. When I returned from Shishu this time, I thought of the people in the mountains. I called to ask about them. I was very kind and grateful. At this point in the country's affairs, it is more miserable than India and more humiliating than Korea. If we don't urgently find a remedy, there will be great disasters in the future that we cannot bear to mention.
兹将议德之余，居城敬告如下：关于党务者，一、开放党禁，凡能共同救国，无论个人或团体，应一律包容，以期集中力量挽救危机。此条无论如何说法，非诚不能动人，非诚不能感人。二、开放言论。
I would like to sincerely advise you as follows. Regarding party affairs, 1. Open the ban on party affairs, and everyone who can work together to save the country, regardless of individuals or groups, should be tolerated in order to concentrate efforts and save the crisis. This article does not matter how to put it. If you are not sincere, you cannot move people. If you are not sincere, you cannot move people. 2. Open speech.
欲使人人能担负救国责任，必使人人有发表意见机会，然后使能集众思，广众议，共谋国事。三、真正团结。消极方面，凡同志间以往有意见隔阂，应竭力化除，完全消逝。积极方面，邀请展堂北来。
In order for everyone to be able to shoulder the responsibility of saving the country, everyone must be given the opportunity to express their opinions, and then they can pool their thoughts and benefit from common interests to jointly plan national affairs. 3. To truly unite, on the negative side, if there have been differences of opinion between comrades in the past, we should try our best to eliminate, completely eliminate. On the positive side, invite Zhangtang North to come.
但精卫亦不必离京，并与哲生、右任等诸同志真诚相见，无话不说，共决大计。四、大赦政治犯，在宽字厚字上包容一切，使各解所长以报国。关于政治者，一、非获得民心，不能救国，要得民心。
But Jingwei does not have to leave Beijing, and he meets Zhesheng, Yuran, and other comrades sincerely, talks about everything, and decides on the big plan together. 4. Amnesty for political prisoners, inclusive of all, so that everyone can do their best long to serve the country. But Jingwei does not have to leave Beijing, and he meets Zhesheng, Yuran, and other comrades sincerely, talks about everything, and decides on the big plan together. 4. Amnesty for political prisoners, inclusive of all, so that everyone can do their best long to serve the country. Regarding politicians, 1. You cannot save the country without winning the hearts and minds of the people.
即凡人民所喜者，兴之作之，否则去之。二、严明赏罚，各省有真正为民官吏，大加奖赏；贪污分子严加惩办，不管地位如何，背景如何，一赏一罚，必求公允。三、设立救灾部，水旱天灾严重特甚。
That is, whatever the people like, do it if they like it, otherwise, let it go. 2. Strictly enforce rewards and punishments. Each province has officials who truly serve the people, and rewards are generous. Corrupt elements are severely punished. Regardless of status or background, every reward and punishment must be fair. 3. Establish a disaster relief department. Floods, droughts and natural disasters are extremely serious.
非有专部不能办理。4. 奖励抗日精神，如石英、于学忠等素具抗日抱负，有抗日表现，一则应加启用，一则应急重用。5. 启用抗日将领，如蔡廷锴、蒋光鼐等，过去抗日有功。
It cannot be handled without a dedicated department. 4. Reward people with anti-Japanese spirit, such as Shi Ying and Yu Shuozhong, who have anti-Japanese ambitions and especially anti-Japanese performance. One should be used in addition, and the other should be reused immediately. 5. Appoint anti-Japanese generals, such as Kai Ting-kai, Jiang Guangnai, etc., who have made contributions to the anti-Japanese war in the past.
故政府不独应加容赦，更应必予重用。以上均与民心有关。关于外交者，1. 确定国际敌友，苏美两国关系我国抗日至大。2. 政府应速简派文武大员担负责任，吩咐苏美切实联络。
Therefore, the government should not only provide more tolerance and amnesty, but also make people more important. All of the above are related to public sentiment. Regarding diplomats, 1. Determine international friends and foes. The Soviet Union and the United States have the greatest bearing on our country's resistance to Japan. 2. The government should quickly dispatch civil and military officials to shoulder the responsibilities and go to the Soviet Union and the United States for effective liaison.
以谋合作具体办法。关于军事者，1. 立即准备发动抗日军事，不抗日必亡，要不亡，只有抗日。2. 急速充实陆空军备。以上各点，凡想所知，无不霹雳肝胆，降臣左右，所关民族治具，敢请决断施行。
To seek concrete measures for cooperation. Regarding the military, 1. Immediately prepare to launch anti-Japanese military. If we do not resist Japan, we will perish. Otherwise, we must resist Japan. To seek concrete measures for cooperation. Regarding the military, 1. Immediately prepare to launch anti-Japanese military. If we do not resist Japan, we will perish. Otherwise, we must resist Japan. 2. Rapidly replenish land and air armaments. Fanxiang knows everything about the above points and elaborates them in detail. The nation concerned is so huge that he dares to ask for decisive implementation.
治降之行止，只求有利于国于民，任何牺牲皆无顾惜也。小兄欲降。蒋介石萨电，泰安及承冯委员焕章，我兄尊见密。帝反即扫墓，左使回京，奉读耿日赐电，霹雳见教，调分吕息，垂爱之切。
Zhi Xiang's actions only seek to benefit the country and the people, and there is no regret for any sacrifice. Little brother Yu Xiang. Chiang Kai-shek telegraphed on the 30th, Taiyan is about to submit to Commissar Feng Huanzhang my brother's venerable mirror, secret. My younger brother returned home to visit his grave, and returned to Beijing yesterday. On the day of the reading, he received a telegram, and he saw his teachings. They were very clear and deeply loved.
谋国之舟，倾沛无已。国难至此，寻非集中国力，不足以挽救危亡，尊论诸端，皆先得我心者也。六中全会在即，中央同仁均盼兄如期来京出席，帝犹切望把握，彼得亲承教训，而为弃阔之思。
In the Zhou dynasty, he was admired endlessly. The national crisis is at this point, and it is impossible to save the country from danger without concentrating all the strength of the country. Regardless of the reasons, it is the one who wins my heart first. The 6th plenary session of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China is coming soon. All colleagues in the Central Committee hope that my brother will come to Beijing to attend as scheduled. I am especially eager to grasp it so that I can personally learn the lessons and comfort my thoughts.
误判即日命驾，无任导判。地中正寇萨传密经。有这样来往的电报，很明白地说明我为抗战才到南京，如不抵抗日本，我是不到南京来的。11月1日，我坐的火车到浦口车站。
We look forward to your arrival soon, and we pray for you at any time. My younger brother, Zhongzheng, came to Mijing. There were such exchanges of telegrams, which clearly stated that I came to Nanjing for the sake of the anti-Japanese war. If I had not resisted Japan, I would not have come to Nanjing. On November 1st, I took the train to Puku Station.
有许多老朋友来接我过渡船时，秦礼明先生对我说，方才在中央党部开会时有幸孙的在照相时把汪精卫打了3枪，伤很不轻，已入中央医院，凶手已被人打死云。
When many old friends came to pick me up on the ferry, Mr. Chen Liming told me that during a meeting at the Central Party headquarters, a man surnamed Sun shot Wang Jingwei 3 times while taking pictures. The injuries were very serious. He has been admitted to the Central Hospital and the murderer has been arrested. Yun was beaten to death.
我说中国人有的是热血青年，像汪精卫这样卖国言论和主张，不会不有这样的下场。我下船之后，即到陵园蒋介石预备好了的房子去住。蒋来看我，我对蒋说不抗日一定亡国。
I said that the Chinese people are full of passionate young people, and those who make traitorous remarks and ideas like Wang Jingwei's will not end up like this. After I got off the ship, I went to live in the house prepared by Chiang Kai-shek in the cemetery. Chiang Kai-shek came to see me. I told Chiang that if he did not resist Japan, the country would be destroyed.
唯武器论和3日亡国论都是错误的。蒋介石请我说出理由来。我说，3日亡国论者只看见日本可怕，那是犯了恐日病，只比工厂比枪炮等等，何以不拿人口比一比？
The weapons-only theory and the 3-day subjugation theory are both wrong. Chiang Kai-shek asked me to give my reasons. I said that those who believe Japan will be subjugated in 3 days only see Japan as terrible. They are suffering from Japan-phobia. They only compare factories with guns, etc. Why not compare them with population?
又何以不拿土地面积来比一比？至于武器论更是不对。中国有多年历史，有文天祥、史可法、岳飞等文武模范人物。况且世界不只是中日两国的世界，还有苏、英、美、法。
Why not compare it with land area? As for the theory of weapons, it is even more wrong. China has many years of history and has model civil and military figures such as Wen Tianxiang, Shi Kefa, Yu Fei, etc. Moreover, the world is not just the world of China and Japan, but also the Soviet Union, Britain, the United States, and France.
各国都与日本多多少少的矛盾存在，那并不是大家不知道的事。我希望你为祖先留下的国家着想，为将来的子孙打算，为中山先生和死难的先烈们争光。
All countries have conflicts with Japan to some extent, and that is not unknown to everyone. I hope you will think about the country left by your ancestors, plan for future generations, and win glory for Mr. Sun Yat-sen and the martyrs who died.
把那些唯武器论和3日亡国论快快改正过来。讲满口都是好好好，哼哼哼。同月5日，天津学生向国民党6中全会要求开放言论集会自由，禁止非法捕杀青年。 清华实校通电如下。
Quickly correct those theories about weapons only and the theory of national subjugation in 3 days. Zhang's mouth was full of okay, okay, hey, hey, hey. On the 5th of the same month, Tianjin students asked the 6th plenary session of the Kuomintang Central Committee to open up freedom of speech and assembly and prohibit the illegal killing of young people. The 10 schools of Tsinghua University are electrified as follows.
电都以来，青年之遭杀戮者，报纸记载有30万人之多，而失踪监禁者更不可胜计，杀之不快，更施以活埋，禁之不足，复加以毒刑。地狱现行，人间何事？918事变，3日失地万里。
Since the founding of the capital, newspapers have recorded that as many as 300,000 young people have been killed, and the number of those who have disappeared and been imprisoned is even more numerous. If they are not killed quickly, they are buried alive. If the ban is not enough, they are poisoned. Hell appears. What will happen to the world? During the September 18th incident, thousands of miles of land were lost in 3 days.
无民岂不知负责者为谁？特以外患当前，不愿与政府齐驱，然政府则利用此种心理，借口划一国策，熬奸逼迫，无所不至。昔可以赤化为口实，今复可以妨碍邦交为罪名，而无民则一举一动。
Don't our people know who is responsible? Especially in the face of foreign troubles, we are unwilling to go against the government. However, the government takes advantage of this mentality to torture and persecute us under the pretext of unifying national policies. In the past, it could be used as an excuse, but now it can be used as a crime to obstruct diplomatic relations, while our people are making every move.
均有犯罪之机会矣。北大学生组织反帝国主义